she managed it well. You're right. She did look a little unstable there, but she managed it quite well.
Yeah, she kept control of it. And she's matched her current PB on the world stage. So next up
is a good day.
Is a PB attempt. Next up we have Stephanie Legard from France for 165. Again, this matches her current PB.
Yeah, very strong lifter, plenty of experience.
She was 4th placed in Dubai last time this competition was held, so she's going to be looking to get on the podium this time.
Yeah, it's always that, trying to improve every time. You can see she's tightened up those knee wraps a little bit for this one, just a touch more.
So this is something the extras that you have to think about from lift to lift, not just it being heavier, but adjusting your equipment to suit.
And you can see she's pulled them a little bit tighter.
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah, and she had a really nice walkout as well. Didn't waste any energy walking out.
It was an interesting style. She pushes her knees well forward straight away as she starts her descent. There they go. Sits into it and keeps her position really well. Anja Schreiner next from Germany for 165.
Yeah, so she missed her opener.
Yeah, I think she bailed on the attempt. I don't think I don't think that was. I think she must have been just a little bit out of position and thought, you know what, I'm not going to mess about. I'm just going to come up, try it again. I mean, this does match her PB, so we need to hope that she hasn't opened. Oh, that looks like her suit's very tight and she's struggling for depth.
I'm not sure. It was
sure
really hard to get down. She was a lot more stable on that one.
She's on the board.
On that one.
Fantastic.
Yep. That suit is very tight today.
Yeah, she was squeezing down into it and just managed to.
Just gets there in the end.
But that must be a new suit because she's really struggling to hit depth.
I think that might have been in that first lift there. She just wasn't comfortable in the position, and she made that decision, which is a smart decision.
Tatiana Schlopko. She's looking for 167.5. This will move her up to bronze medal position. She's previously competed in the 52s. She's dropped down to the 47s this year.
Yeah, you talked about her shoulder mobility before. It's quite unique, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, she can really get her hands so close.
And that gives you such a tight back if you can do that. And that's a good lift for her.
Yeah, the experience shining through there.
Mai Jianglu from Chinese Taipei coming out for 170. I mean, these are huge weights. These are 47 kilo lifters.
And that's a fairly hefty jump too, 155 to 170.
Her PB is 160.
Yeah, so
this
she's
will
going
be a
to
10 kilo PB.
knock it out of the park with this one, I think.
I think she was a little bit late to the platform last time, wasn't she?
Yeah, it's using up a lot of time. We're already
40 seconds.
Used up almost 25 seconds.
And they have two lifters. Chinese Taipei have two lifters in this group. It's often difficult if you haven't got enough coaching staff to get everyone wrapped and out on time.
Well, she's out there. She hasn't given herself a huge amount of time, but
it's doable.
As long as she can
needs to get on with it.
Set up straight.
She hasn't got time to be asked for a re-rack, so she needs to get her knees locked, shoulders back, and she has. I don't think she got that right. It's when you rush, isn't it?
Yeah, and that is the other problem with it too. I mean, even though you don't have to rush your lift when they call squat, but because you're rushing your setup, rushing everything, getting ready, when they call squat, you're feeling rushed.
Okay, we have Yukako Fukushima out for another M2 world record. This is 180.
Yeah, well, this is interesting too because that opening lift at 172.5 didn't look
wasn't easy at all.
overly easy, and we've whacked on another 8.5 kilos here.
Well, she has the M1 record at 190.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's certainly well within her reach. I mean, it could also be a case of, you know, needing to tighten the wraps a little bit, setting a few things a little bit differently.
Well, she looks very calm. She has a huge amount of experience. World Championship wins going back to 2006.
That's a solid rap sheet,
It
isn't it?
really is. And it's hard, but she's a fighter.
It's tough, but she gets there.
That was so impressive.
Tough lift. She gets another world record on the board.
That was a real grind, even though she found it hard, she didn't deviate her position at all. She stayed patient and she just kept pushing.
Yeah, I think that's a really good example of sticking with technique.
Yes.
You know, if you can maintain that technique, you know, you're increasing your probabilities of getting that tough lift in.
So we have the awesome Zuzanna Kula from Poland.
Yeah, so this is...
We've seen her smash some world records this year.
Well, I'll tell you what, she's
not
edging
far off,
awfully
is she?
close to the current world record at 188.
Well, that's her own.
Hers.
That's the junior world record. That's her own. She set that, quite recently, in Romania, I think, at World Juniors. Such an impressive young lifter. We're some way off the open world record at 210. That's Weiling Chen. Oh, it's a hard one. No.
Yeah, she didn't really look like she hit the bottom very well there.
We're just waiting for the lights. I can see what 2 down, 2 red.
It looks like no lift.
Yeah, I would think on depth.
Yeah. And
that
that
is
also
shy.
what added to the hardness of that lift. I mean, when you're lifting equipped, that bottom is where the wraps actually do their job.
So these are the standings as we go into the third round. We've just seen that Yukako Fukushima has scratched, so she will not take a third attempt. But she is currently leading the way with 180. She's lighter in body weight than Kula, so they've lifted the same weight. So Fukushima is in the lead from Kula from Schlopko. And here we go now with Hui Chuan Huang from Chinese Taipei. She's gone up 5 kilos to 110.
Yeah, her opening 2 lifts were super fast.
Yeah. And that was very easy as well.
And that was
I
a
don't
quick
think
one.
it was as deep as the others.
And
We're
just
looking
waiting
for
a decision.
referees. Yep, that's a good lift.
It
3
is.
whites.
It's a good lift. So
Yeah, look, I talk about squats all the time. You know, a fast lift is often a good one. I mean, you don't want to be hanging around there forever, you know, and being examined. I mean, you want to get down there and get out.
We have Lisetta Hansen from Denmark. She opened with 132.5. You can see from the graphic at the bottom she was successful with 132.5. She was successful with 140. She's now coming out for 145.
I think this will be a personal best.
I
which
think
would be great.
so. If you want to follow the scores, if you're watching at home, you can go to goodlift.info. You can see the live score sheet. All 3 lifts, she's looked really unstable under the bar. But she's done really well to stand up with all 3 of them.
That was probably her best looking lift in regards to stability.
On the board, 3 for 3. That's some great lifting at your first World Championships.
That's not bad, is it?
167.5 kilos for Stephanie Lagarde, preparing Liu and Schreiner.
So we are coming around to awarding the medals in the squats. So we give out medals in all 3 lifts, squat, bench and deadlift, as well as the overall. The overall's what's important.
That's the big one.
That's
I mean, you
that's the real prize.
You certainly want to get on the board in all of these things, but the overall is your prize. That's the one you're all chasing.
Here's Stephanie Legal from France. She's looking to move on to the podium with 167.5, only 2.5 kilos up from her second. Takes the time. It's not easy walking out in knee wraps.
No, it's not easy walking in general in
No,
knee
it
wraps,
isn't.
let alone with a bar on your back.
That's a great grind. I really like that style. She throws the knees forward as she starts to descend, keeps her back position absolutely perfectly.
She gets great use out of the wraps as well,
Yeah.
and the squat suit. Gets down there, really uses that spring explosive power at the bottom.
So we're going to see some fast moving in position now. We are looking at the fight for the podium all the way up the class now. And this is Mai Zhang Liu with 170.
Yeah, which will be enough to shoot her up the rankings.
She missed this last time. I think she just got out of shape at the bottom.
Yeah, so it was it's a big jump. 155 to 170 was a huge jump. And what she really needs to focus on is getting down into that hole and really using the bounce out that the suit and the wraps will give you.
I don't think she went all the way there.
Look at from here.
No.
No, unfortunately not deep enough.
That's a really shame, but it leaves her with the best of 155. And we have Anja Schreiner next from Germany. She missed her opener, came out again for 165. Didn't look easy, but she's gone all the way up to 172.5 to try and get on this podium for squats.
Yeah, well, I think it's a bit of a, the opportunity to move up, and it's thinking of that big total at the end.
Yeah, exactly. It's nice to have the single lift medals, but really, you're just putting numbers on the board and building that total. Yeah, that suit's so tight.
It is, isn't it?
I'm not
She's
sure she
really
got all the way.
having to work hard to get down, and she doesn't. Yeah, she just didn't get the depth on that one either.
Leaves her with a best of 165 and unfortunately off the podium. Tatiana Shlopko, Ukraine, 172.5. This,
well within her reach.
Yeah, I think so. She's gone up 5 from a second. This will put her into podium position, push Lagarde down. But I'm not seeing her.
I don't think she's too. I think she's gone away up because I can see the Ukrainian coaches looking on from the side there.
Yep, here she comes.
There she is.
Yeah, she's late to the platform though. 30 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, she's got the experience for this not to affect her too much. I think she's experienced and wise enough to stay calm. Just get the walk out and get the command. But, we're down to, 10 seconds?
She needs to nail this setup first time. There we go. 6 seconds to go.
Oh, it's tough, but
you
she
know what, though?
grinds through.
She got herself under the bar. She reduced the moment arm and managed to drive it up. That's really good lifting.
And we can see in the replay, she hits the bottom quite well. It's a nice little bounce there.
You see that? She pushes her knees forward.
The
and
head comes up,
yeah.
Elbows come forward.
And that got her the bronze medal.
Yeah, great technique though.
And we have our last squat from the 47s. This is to take the gold medal from Fukushima, Susanna Kula.
Yeah, look, it was just a little bit too heavy on the second attempt.
I think it was just a little bit shy of depth.
But I think you know, she'll get everything set up right on this one.
She's a great lifter. This will not have thrown her. But you know, she's been very, very busy. She's done so many competitions. I mean, she's done 3 internationals since August.
That is a lot of work on the body. And it really does take its toll. It is a tough walkout.
Yeah. And I think it's shy of depth again.
Yeah, I think she may have done the same again. Just waiting for a referee's decision. We've got...
No, 2 to 1. Side referees say no depth.
No, 2 to 1.
Yeah.
So that leaves her with the best of 180 and the silver medal in squat, and that leaves Fukushima with the gold medal. M2 lifter taking the gold in squat in the open competition.
Not a bad effort
absolutely
at all.
phenomenal.
That is absolutely phenomenal, isn't it?
So we now move into the 52s. We can see the standings there as we move out of the 47 kilo class, and you can just see at the bottom of the screen there the opening, the running order for the 52s.
Yeah, this should be another really interesting class as well. I mean, you know, once again, we've certainly got some experience coming out there to lift as well. Yeah, it's a monster world record for the squat in this class. In the 52s, the world record is 220 kilograms. It's just absolutely phenomenal.
So we start off with Andreea Vasilescu of Romania with 120 kilos. We haven't seen her on the international stage for the last couple of years, but of course it's been a difficult couple of years for everybody.
I think it's been challenging for so many people in so many different ways.
She's competed a few times at the Western Europeans. I think this is her first World Championship.
Yeah, we have a rack height issue. And we're getting that fixed. The guys are very quick.
If it's a platform error, then we reset the clock. If it's a lifter error, then yeah, we're resetting the clock, so it must have been a platform error. So here we go, Andreea Vasilescu for 120. Her PB is listed as 188. I'm not certain that's correct. The best result I have for it is 130.
Oh, very unsteady.
Yeah. Didn't hold the position very well. Didn't make it to depth either.
Yeah, let's have a look. You can see in the replay here, she doesn't really get down in there, and those hips come through really early.
So next up we have Sandrine Kinuden coming out for 150.
Yeah, this is just shy of her personal best. There seems to be a little bit of mix-up with the rack heights at the moment.
Also a few teething troubles when you start off a competition, but it's difficult for the lifter. You can see she's standing there trying to stay composed with knee wraps on.
Yeah, it's certainly not easy to stay composed with knee wraps on.
Bar is loaded. Come on, Sandrine.
Sandrine Kinuden, 150.
Yeah, I think she's got enough experience under her belt for that not to worry her too much. Plenty of speed into the bottom there.
Yeah, the suit didn't seem to slow her down at all. Hit depth well and popped straight up.
Yeah, she made great use of the suit and great use of the knee wraps there. Really getting down in there, getting the bounce out really well.
So we have Gerlin Maipi next from Estonia for 155.
And the bar is loaded.
Won her class at the Western Europeans in Luxembourg back in September. And she did 157.5 at that competition. So this is right up against her PB.
It's right up there, isn't it? And she's been competing for about 4 years, so. And when you talk about equipped lifting, 4 years is really only just getting started.
She looked like she lost her position quite badly at the bottom, but the ascent was so easy.
And that is, we talk about opening lifts, we talk about, making them at a weight that you can hit even when things go wrong.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good example. She did seem to get out of position there, but she was still able to manage it.
Trina Bagger next, very familiar face.
Yeah, we know that name.
Haven't seen her quite so much recently, but she was she was on the podium at the Europeans, I think, back in Czechia. This is 162.5. Been competing for quite a few years now.
Yeah, we've seen her on the world stage a number of times.
Very wide stance.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, especially in equipped, and we've seen that a lot. That's the white lights. We've seen that a lot over the last several years, that wider stance coming up a lot more than it used to do.
Yeah.
For Emma Goodwin, Great Britain, Barbosa, Hesthammer to get ready.
Next up we have Emma Goodwin for 165. She squatted 180 in the past. She did 170 at the Arnold. She was at the Arnold UK quite recently.
Yeah, I was just trying to remember the last time I saw her compete. It might have been Dubai, maybe?
She was in Dubai, yeah, absolutely. She's a big deadlifter. I think she was on the podium for deadlift in Dubai.
Tightening that belt up, and she walks out, and the belt being the only thing you can adjust on the platform. And of course, sporting the big SBD belt, one of our great sponsors.
I think she's an SBD athlete, actually.
Oh.
That came up really nicely, didn't it?
It was just smooth all the way, a little bit of a wobble in the middle, but...
I can see 3 thumbs up. That's a good lift.
3 white lights. Load the bar to 100.
Yeah, squeezed down to depth and came straight up.
Yeah, very nicely done.
And the bar is loaded.
Irani Barbosa next from Brazil for 167.5.
Right, she's getting fired up. And that is something else you've really got to manage in a full powerlifting competition. Is how much intensity do you bring to each
absolutely.
lift? You start there, too intense too early, it drains you as well. It's a lot to consider in a powerlifting competition, and even a lot more in an equipped powerlifting competition.
We've seen her at all the recent World Open competitions.
Well, it gets in a nice little drop in there at the bottom. She looks pretty happy, and so she should be.
And coach will be as well. Yeah, this good support from the team in the audience today.
And this is a really nice 3-plate to look at. She drops into the bottom really nicely here. Drops it in, gets the bounce out from the wraps and the suit, and really makes good use of it.
The bar is loaded from Norway, Karen Hesthammer.
Here we have Karen Hesthammer. You can see a lot of support for the Danish and Norwegian lifters here today. There's a lot of family in the crowd, I think. She's opening her squat with 170. This is well within her capabilities.
Yeah, 170. This is a lift she should be able to do on any given day. And it is.
Beautiful.
That is exactly how an open lift should look.
That is a very popular lift indeed. But it was absolutely superb. As you say, nice and easy opener, technical mastery in essence.
You get that on the board, you've shaken off the nerves,
Sudikova to get ready.
you've built your confidence and you're ready for your next lift.
Paulina Shimonel from Poland for 175, 3 red plates.
It's always a good look, isn't it? You know, the 3 Alico red plates.
It's always a big landmark when you go up to your next red plate. She was silver medalist at the Euros. And she did 182.5 at that competition back in August, so this should be nice and comfortable.
Yeah, 175 should be well within reach for an opener.
Oh,
that knee is dropping in, isn't it?
Yeah, she got out of position there. She let the bar come forward, increased the moment arm, made it a lot more difficult for her than...
It was a lot harder than it should have been.
Than I think it needed to be. I think she's much stronger than
you can see
it looked from the way the bar...
You can see the right knee dropped in as she got out of position there, and you lose a lot of power once that knee drops in a bit.
Yeah, I think we'll see a second move a lot better.
177.5 kilos.
Natalia Salnikova next. She won this class, I think, in Dubai.
Yeah, she's a very, very good lifter. And she's going to put up a solid fight today as well.
Got a 210 listed PB. That was from World Games in 2017. Really nice.
Yeah, great position, head up, chest up.
And it was 3 wide lights, good lift.
That was really how you want your opener to look. Gets you on the board, very little wasted energy.
Very well done.
And the bar is loaded.
Igor Sitnikova next. She was, I think she was silver medalist in Dubai.
And Dono to get ready.
Squatted 182.5 at that competition, but of course that's a couple of years ago now.
Yeah, it's very difficult at the moment to sort of know where people have gone with their training. There's not been a lot of international until recently. It's a tough opener.
Well, you know, she dive bombed so quickly and she paused at the bottom for quite a while. It seemed like she was down there for having a good think about whether she wanted to come up.
Have a look at the replay. She drops into it really fast. Yeah,
and I think her knees just came back a little bit early.
Yeah, I think it was just a bit of a timing thing. I think it'll be fine on the second.
Anastasia Derevienko from Ukraine for 180. And we're into some big numbers already, aren't we? These are 52 kilo lifters.
And some very experienced lifters coming out on the platform as well. I mean, Anastasia is no stranger to competition. She gets into position, steadies well. Oh, I don't know about that one. I'm not 100% convinced from this angle.
No, neither of the referees.
She'll be disappointed with that. She's an experienced lifter.
Yeah, and it makes life difficult when you miss your opener. It's not unusual in equipped lifting to miss your opener, but it means that whatever plan you came in with is now in the bin, and you have
now
to
move on to plan B and plan C.
Frank-Marie Duno from Peru.
And to get ready. And the bar is loaded. Duno from Peru, 187.5 kilos.
This match is her stated PB. I don't have the competition at which she did that. The last result I have for her is World Games back in 2017. And of course we should of course, the World Championship isn't the only thing at stake here. All these lifters are fighting for a place at the World Games.
Yeah, it's a big event, this one.
Which is being held in Alabama in July next year.
Yeah, this is certainly more than just winning a competition here today. This is about your next move on the world stage as well. Wasn't super fast.
No, but it was never in any doubt. 2-1 on depth. I wasn't certain of the depth.
Yeah, it was borderline. It was just there.
And we are now into the second round. It's quite a big group. We've got 12 lifters. And these are the standings as we go through to round 2. Frank-Marie Duno is leading the way, with Natalia Salnikova in second and Sidnikova in third. We have 2 lifters yet to make a successful lift. And here comes Andreea Vasilescu, Romania, for 120.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these ladies will be quite happy that it's a group of 12. It's a little bit of extra time. You know, when you come off the platform, you take the wraps off, you've actually got a little bit of time to get your breath back.
The weight was no issue for her.
No, certainly not. She gets the 2 white lights, which is great. She has quite an interesting technique, but she really uses those hips quite well. And you can see here the chest comes up, the head comes up, and the hips drive through.
Sandrina Kinjorden next from Sweden for 155. She opened with 150, gone up 5 kilos. That's relatively conservative.
Yeah, it's fairly conservative, I think, for equipped lifting. But it's all about adding to that total.
And it's about 10% of her body weight. So
yeah, when you look at it in that perspective, I mean, this is the thing about a powerlifting competition. You have to keep chipping away at that total. And you're better off putting on 5 kilos to your total than taking a big jump and not adding anything.
Oh dear, she just
really out of position there.
I'm not quite sure what happened, but she came up so quickly.
She gets the lift on the board. Let's see if we can see in the replay.
Oh, her knees shot back.
Yep. And you can see the smile on her face.
Yeah, I
think there was a bit
that,
of relief.
yeah.
Yeah, I pulled that off. Let's not do that again.
Just shows how differently it looks from the side as well.
It is a very different look.
Girlie Maipi next from Estonia for 165.
So adding 10 kilos.
Yeah, that's a chunky increase.
She's a little bit more fired up on this one. Big breath in.
I'm not sure of depth there.
It's borderline. I think she's gonna struggle with the referees, and she does.
Yeah.
3 red lights there.
It was in a lot of ways, it was a beautiful squat. She kept her position so well, but she just didn't squeeze down far enough.
Yeah, and she has a really great, confident walkout as well. I mean, I often talk to athletes about, owning the bar when you take that bar out, really own it, and she does that really well.
Trina Bagger for 167.5, 5 kilo increase from her opener.
And that wide stance can make it really challenging to get down.
Yeah, and again, it's a 2-to-1. It's a borderline on depth.
The bar to 175 kilos, please.
Pushes the knees out.
From Great Britain.
And yeah, there or thereabouts. It's a little bit of a difficult one to judge. And we have Emma Goodwin next for 175.
So she's creeping up to that personal best.
A lot of these attempts are really close together now. So this moves Emma from 8th all the way up to 5th. She's got the legend that is Dean Bowring sending her out. She missed this at the Arnold recently, but she has done much more. She's done 180 in the past.
Yeah, and I think this is a really important moment for a squat. This taking out the bar. You've got to feel confident when you get under it.
Gets called up by a coach.
Yeah.
That was a good fight, and the referee
And
saying
I think it's okay.
It's a good lift. It wasn't super easy. I wouldn't expect her to go up a huge amount.
There's not too much more there.
75 kilos.
Her technique was really good though. She keeps the head up. She keeps the chest up. She can probably push the elbows forward, and there you can see them come forward, and that's when it started to move faster.
Irani Barbosa from Brazil out next for 175. Looks very shaky on the walkout.
Yeah, just didn't exude confidence there.
I don't think she got to depth, and the weight came forward.
Yeah, she sort of got a bit out of position there as she didn't get the depth, and you can sort of see starts to push her forward a little bit there. Yeah.
Paulina Shimonel from Poland for 180. Gone up 5 kilos.
Yeah, it's a conservative. I mean, I wouldn't have expected huge jumps. You've got to play the long game in powerlifting.
Get all the numbers on the board.
Yeah, I mean it's a balancing act. Yeah, it's very nice to get medals for a squat, and medals for a bench, and medals for a deadlift, but you've got to be thinking about the total as well. If I push too hard in this one, what have I got left for the next one?
And you do sometimes see someone come through the competition and not get on the podium for squat, not get on the podium for bench, but you know, just quietly put a total together and come out on top.
Just keep chipping away. Oh, that right knee just keeps folding in there.
Unfortunately, that is a no lift again.
Probably sit on the replay there.
The bar remains at 180 kilos.
Yeah, the right knee drops in,
and the bar is
and the power's gone.
Come on, Norway, let's
Karen Hesthammer from Norway, hometown hero, coming out for 180.
Yeah, she's got plenty of support in the crowd.
Her opener was super easy.
Yeah, she absolutely smoked her opener. So I'm imagining 180 is going to move quite fast as well.
Well, she got a listed best of 212.5, but obviously that was pre-pandemic, so we don't know where she's been with training since then.
Well, that moved was very well.
Absolutely superb.
3 wide lights, good lift for Hesthammer.
That was a lift to be proud of.
Yeah, and I think she's playing a very smart game here today. I think she's really looking right across the board, saying, okay, well, I need to do this, and I've got to do bench, and I need to put some numbers on there, and I want to get them all on.
Igor Sidikova, ROC. She's asked for 182.5, £400. Gone up 7.5 from her opener. that's a real fight. She's not going to make it, though.
She's not quite there. She held her technique really well, though.
And that showed great determination to push and push and push. But she's staying right at the bottom of the squat for longer than you would expect. Almost like saying to the referees, you know, there I am, I've made depth.
And that was probably better than her first, but yeah, just a little bit too long at the bottom.
Anastasia Derevienko next. She didn't make her opener. She's gone up 5 kilos. In classic lifting, that would make no sense. In equipped lifting, it's often the answer. Put more weight on.
Good speed now.
Yes, especially if you're wearing a really tight squat suit.
You need the weight to press you down. PB's 195.
Yeah, I think this extra 5 kilos is quite tactical. I think they've looked at the suit and they've decided, you know, a little bit extra weight is going to make this a bit easier and we can get everything out of the suit we can.
I'm not sure. I wouldn't like to call that from that angle.
I do not want to be the referee on this one.
No.
It is no lift again, so she's put herself behind the 8 ball now.
Yeah, she's really in trouble. She's going to have to come out for the 3rd time with nothing on the board. But again, that's not huge. It's not where you want to be, but it's not hugely unusual in equipped lifting. Natalia Salnikova, ROC.
Just looking to see.
Oh, my apologies. Sorry. It is Salnikova next. 185.
Here comes Salnikova for 185. Her PB is 210.
Yeah, look, 185 should be well within reach. She's a very experienced lifter.
Reigning world champion.
Takes that big breath in. The head is super high.
So nice and easy.
Good lift.
And that's a good lift.
Good job from Salnikova.
Apologies to the lifter for that error.
And you see on the replay, the head is up, the chest up, elbows come forward.
Yeah, very nice.
Last out in the
Exactly what you want.
192.5 kilos.
Frank Marie Duno next from Peru
To get ready. And the bar
for
is
a
loaded.
massive
Peru,
192.5.
192.5
This
kilos.
is a huge PB.
Monstrous personal best, isn't it?
Amazing amount of iron for such a little girl. She doesn't even weigh 51 kilos.
She's bringing some intensity to the platform on this one.
I think you'd have to. Careful walkout.
Yeah, didn't waste too much energy with it. A bit of rocking around there.
Oh, that's a tough one.
It was pretty tough. Let's see what the referees say.
2 to 1, a good lift.
Yeah, the walkout's such an important thing. When you've got that much weight on your back, every extra step, every extra movement, every lateral movement suddenly is taking energy away.
But she's on the board and she's leading the way. So we have Frank Marie Duno leading from Natalia Salnikova ahead of Karen Hesthammer, who's moved up into 3rd place now. But you can see how close the lifts are running through the board. 180, 177.5, 175. This could go anybody's way.
Yeah, you've got a good handful of lifters there that are all in with a shot to get on the podium for squats.
So we're into the 3rd round now. This is where we give out the squat medals and set the scene for what's to come in the rest of the competition. And we have Andrea Vasilescu next for 130.
Yeah, missed the opener at 120. Got the second one on the board though.
think she got out of position on the descent that time.
Yeah, she got down there quite well.
She finishes on a best
Yeah, let's have a bit of a look here.
160 kilos, please.
Those knees
Yeah,
are causing all sorts of problems just dropping in there. And as you know, very hard to maintain power when those knees start to drop in.
So we have Kinarden next from Sweden. She opened at 150, went up to 155, and she is looking for 160 for a third squat.
Yep, just adding another 5 kilos to the total. She's quick in the
That was
bottom.
very quick. I'm not certain of the depth. And it's a good lift.
He's happy.
Now, Matja from Estonia, 170.
Yeah, you can see from the side she was so fast into it from the front.
Yep.
It was a little bit hard to pick up. Girl in my PA next from Estonia for 170. Her PB's listed as 157 and a half, so this is a huge improvement.
That is absolutely enormous.
She missed 165 for a second, but this will move her up 3 places.
Well,
And the bar is
let's see if the extra weight was a good decision.
Estonia,
They've tightened everything up a little bit though. She steadies it.
She just folded up under the weight there. Yeah.
Yeah, you could see after about the first half a second of the lift, the weight was in control there.
Yeah, once you lose your position like that, there's no coming back. Trina Bagger for 172.5. These kilos are really crucial in the placings now. It's so tightly packed.
You can see how tight it is in the top. You have 6, 7 lifters here. Yeah, and this is about adding those kilos. Yeah, and she's thinking, adding kilos. I'm keeping myself in touch in regards to totals.
Yeah, she's a big deadlifter, so this is all about just putting as many numbers on the board as you can. Well, she finally got the up call from her coach, but
and I think the time spent under the bar there was just really took it out of her.
Yeah, I think so. She spent a long time squeezing that down and down and down.
That's a lot of energy being used up there, and then finally there's just sort of nothing left.
Irani Barbosa, Brazil,
It's pretty far away when you come here to Norway.
for 175.
A lot of traveling.
And the bar is loaded.
She missed this last time.
175 kilos.
Yeah, well, it was
Just seemed a bit heavy.
Come on, the lifters traveled a long,
167 and a
long way to
half
be
to
here.
175 didn't seem to be overly ambitious. So she needs to convince herself right here that she owns this.
She looks very nervous. Yeah.
Oh, she stands up well. I don't know about depth.
No.
Let's see. No, it's not.
deep enough.
All 3 referees indicate insufficient depth. Load the bar to 180
That's a
kilos,
shame.
please.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that.
First of those,
Leaves her with a best of 167 and a half.
to follow.
Emma Goodwin for 180. We know she can do this. She's done it in the past.
Yeah, and look, I think this is a wise decision. I mean, she jumped the 10 kilos into a second, and now she jumped the 5 kilos. We're just going to put some more kilos on that total.
And this will get her onto the squat podium. For the moment, we still have a few lifters left who can respond to that, but Emma's got to do her job first. Squat the weight, get it on the board, and then see who can respond. Pulled up, but it's just a bit too heavy. That's a shame. Leaves with the best of 175.
Yeah, look, it was interesting, that one. I mean, I thought it was quite a reasonable move to go to the 5 kilos.
Just didn't seem to get the drive out of the hole. Leaves her in 6th place going into the rest of the competition, and we know that she's got that big deadlift. So, Paulina Shimanel, Poland, for 180. Missed this last time.
Yeah, sensible move. We've kept it the same at 180.
She just seemed to get out of shape really on the last one. If she absolutely nails her technique, there's every chance she can get this.
Yeah, and technique, it's such an important thing in the squat.
And even more so in equipped. Oh, she's come forward again. Yeah, well caught by the spotters there.
And she pulled up on that quite early. I think she pulled up on it early because she could feel she would lose control of it. You can see it about halfway down, she starts to lose control.
And then a weight comes forward. Yeah. So that leaves her in 5th place with 175. And we have Igor Sitnikova from ROC coming out for 182.5 for the second time of asking.
Yeah, so she missed her second as well.
182.5 kilos. This would move her from 4th into
she's a little bit more intense this time.
This is the battle for silver and
yeah, it can be a tough situation. You're trying to manage that intensity, and then sometimes you're probably not intense enough. Of course, you're trying to manage it.
Quick descent, and she's fighting through it.
I think she's got through this time.
Oh, she was falling forward though. That's a good lift.
She gets it on the board.
That takes such self-control. She was, as she got to the top of the squat, she was falling forward, and every fibre in your body is telling you to throw your foot forward to catch yourself. And she didn't. She waited until she got the rack command.
Managed to get that.
So here we have Anastasia Derevienko.
Yeah, and this is, I think this is sort of a bit of foreign territory for her. I mean, you don't often find Anastasia in this position, being behind the 8 ball like this.
Just doesn't seem to be able to get to depth. But this will put her straight into silver medal position. From absolutely nowhere, straight onto the podium. And we know she's a great lifter. That looked better. It looked better.
Drive. She gets to the top. I think it's a good lift. It is.
She's on the board and she's on the podium. That's incredible.
That will be a huge, huge relief for her. That was phenomenal. This is how quickly your fortunes can change in equipped lifting. Turn around so fast.
But here comes Natalia Salnikova to take that silver medal away with 190.
And she's got plenty of experience as well.
So here we go. She's guaranteed the bronze. Oh, actually, I'm not sure. We've got the Norwegian lifter to come out, who is... Yep, the Norwegian's heavier. So she's absolutely guaranteed the bronze. She's trying to move up to silver.
No. She's been doing very well thus far.
This is a huge weight though. Just maintaining control of the bar at the top is a huge achievement.
And
not quite.
You can see, in that case, the bar just took control. Just started to drive her forward a bit. You can probably see in the replay. She's quite good out of the bottom, and you can see she just shifts forward a little bit. And when you're talking about that much weight.
So, Karen Hesthammer, this really opens the door for her now. 190 on the bar to put her in second place.
Wow, so she can move from 5th to silver with this one lift. And if you look at the 2 previous lifts, they've looked
superb. Yeah,
they
really
were
good.
Right on point. And
so it feels like a big jump, 10 kilos on the 3rd, but as you say, they've looked so good.
Given her two previous lifts, I was expecting, that standard 10 kilo jump into this one as well.
And really, her second looked no slower than her first.
And that one looked pretty good too.
It absolutely did. 2-1, but that is good enough. Wow. And that gives her the silver medal in front of her home crowd. That's a phenomenal lift.
Yeah, I mean, look, she played this really well. She did her open, it was really smooth, added 10 kilos, and now she just added another 10 kilos to her total.
And it's great to see the lifters enjoying the competition like that. It's fantastic. So here we go. This is Frank-Marie Duno from Peru. She's absolutely guaranteed the gold medal position. She's only gone up 2.5 kilos. She's just looking for a few more kilos to build her total.
The lifters from Brazil, let's help. From the west coast of South America.
Bringing some height there.
Yeah,
but her second was tough.
Yeah, and she's gradually increasing the intensity for each one. She's made the smart move here. She's gone up just a little bit, 2.5 kilos, knowing that second lift was, a bit tough.
Oh, the weight came forward, but you know what? I think that looked better than a second.
Yeah, she managed it really well.
Oh,
but
no
not
depth.
deep enough.
What a shame. But she's not given much away there. It was only 2.5 kilos up.
That was it. It was 2.5 kilos. It was just not quite deep enough, was it? Almost there.
But that leaves her with the best of 192, which puts her in a brilliant position going into the rest of the competition. So here are the standings as we finish the squats for this session and for today. Frank-Marie Duno is leading the way, but only just ahead of Karen Hesthammer, who in turn is only 5 kilos ahead of Derevienko and Salnikova. So this is going to be a tight battle going all the way.
In it. Nothing at all.
We're going to take a 10-minute break now, and we'll see you back here for bench. Welcome back to the 2021 IPF World Open Equipped Powerlifting Championships here in sunny Stavanger in Norway.
Sunny Stavanger.
It's not been very sunny for us so far. But we're delighted to be here, and we are partway through our first session of the competition with the 47 kilo and 52 kilo classes. We have seen some phenomenal lifting already. You can see the standings so far. In fact, that's the running order for the bench you've got on your screen at the moment. But we've seen M2 world records.
2 world records already. First round this morning, 2 world records, and I think there's probably a chance we might give one a nudge here as well.
I think there is, especially as she's opening. I can see that Fukushima is opening on an M2 world record.
Yeah, so we're going to probably see a few more of them drop.
Yeah,
and the bench is exciting too. I mean, the bench and equipment is exciting. It's such a tough one. You've got to get everything right. You've got to get the shirt right. Everything's got to fall into place and go together.
Well, I do believe that equipped benching is the most exciting and strategic aspect of all powerlifting.
And you're right. It has the strategy side to it as well. It is not just about getting out there and lifting. There is strategy behind it. The coaches have got a huge job out there as well. Timing has to be perfect. It's a real challenge in equipped lifting.
It is, and we are straight here off the back of the World Bench Press competition as well, where we saw some of the best equipped benching in the world.
Yeah, there were some fantastic lifts over that last week in Lithuania there.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic.
And hopefully we'll see some equally good lifting here today.
Yeah, and this is tough too. I mean, in equipped lifting is really physically draining too. A lot more than classic lifting, so you've got to really think about that when you're putting your numbers on. It's not, I can do this much in training. Yeah, but you've just done 3 squats and you've still got 3 deadlifts to come.
And it's true, actually, just standing still in a bencher is exhausting. And a lot of these lifters have travelled a long way to be here, and that also is very draining. And then to put all your equipment on, which may or may not fit differently due to body weight loss due to travelling. But we're ready to get going now with Hui Chuan Huang from Chinese Taipei. And she's opening with 60 kilos.
That nice should be a good opening lift, I think.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good lift.
Yeah,
I see some white flags
3
there.
white flags. So I think that was already a PB.
Yeah, look, and she managed to open her lift well in the squat as well.
She did.
So
Mai Zhang next from Chinese Taipei. Teammates coming out next. This is the 47 kilo class. This is the open competition, but we also have a junior and an M2 lifting open in this class, and they're both at the top of the table.
Yeah, I was going to say they're not just lifting in this class.
They're leading the way. But we have Mai Zhang out next for 75.
It's fantastic mobility on the bench.
Yeah, that's a lovely opener.
Very well managed.
Having some problems with the lights, so we're looking to the referees. I can see 3 white flags, so that was a good lift. Yeah, that was great. Yep. No movement in the body at all there. This setter Hansen, she's asked for 80 kilos to open her bench. She's the Danish national record holder at 85.5. Yeah,
look, they've got that shirt pulled into a pretty good position there. There's still room to move in it. And we'll start to see that as the weights start to go up a little bit. You'll see the shirts pulled down, the sleeves twisted a little bit more.
Came down a little bit off.
Yeah, it was a bit of an odd sort of.
But the press was easy
there. But yeah, she managed that really well. Yeah, she was a bit off centre when she came down there.
But it didn't give her any trouble. Stéphanie Lagarde from France. She's opening with 92.5, which is right up against her personal best.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a tough call in bench in your powerlifting competition. You know, you might have done this quite well in training every time, but did you do it in training after doing 3 squats in wraps and in a squat suit? But, you know, Stephanie has plenty of experience, so I'm sure she has managed that quite well.
Lifts classic as well, and that's always tough to do. I find if I'm lifting in a bench shirt, my raw line goes completely out of the window.
Yeah, it does, and it is a completely different bar path. I mean, there was a time that people either lifted equipped or they lifted classic. We're seeing a lot more of
doing both,
both now, which is great.
Great control, good touch. A little bit late on the lockout on the right arm.
And you can see that experience shining through.
Same weight for Anja Schreiner. Slopko and Ulla, get ready.
Yeah, quick off the chest.
Anja Schreiner next from Germany. 92.5. See that from the side, that looks like she's got a huge arch set there.
I'm looking at it from this angle, thinking that must be enormous from the side. Oh, it moved very quickly, didn't it?
That's a huge arch.
And 3 white lights.
She had the spotters had quite a bit of difficulty there because she had the rack height set very, very low. So when they took it off her, it went down a very long way.
Yeah.
Tatiana Schlopka, it's difficult setting up there in a bench shirt. Everyone has their own way of doing it,
Yeah,
but you
I
have
think
restricted movement.
Everyone does have their own sort of little way of doing it, and I mean, you can't just sort of roll up and grab the bar in a shirt.
That's more than 2 times your body weight.
Tatiana Schlopko, 100 kilos. She's a Ukrainian record holder, I think. She's done 128 for that record. So
Yeah,
this should be nice and easy.
She has plenty of experience.
Shirt set quite high, so she's got a long way to move in there.
Boy, she can get up on those shoulders very well. Moves very quick.
I think we'll see a big jump now.
Yeah, 3 white lights. That moved really well.
Same weight for Susanna Kula, Poland. And after her, Fukushima.
Very nice.
Last lifter on this first round.
Zuzana Kula, Poland. Still in the juniors. Last year in the juniors, I think. She may have another year. I'm not absolutely certain. But she really has come into her own this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a young lady that we're going to be watching her career for quite a while. I think she's going to be breaking a lot of records.
Possibly even today.
Winning a lot of world championships along the way.
The junior world record in bench is hers. She took it in Romania, I think, 110.5. It was a little slow to lock out on the right
Yeah, it was
side.
interesting. She has a great bar path. She has a very traditional equipped bar path where she really sort of comes right down on it.
But that looked harder than I was expecting it to.
Yeah, it was an interesting one.
I'm wondering if the number of competitions she's done recently started to take its toll.
Yeah, you've said she's had a very busy load, and quite often you don't realise the toll it's taking on the body until you hit that one point on a bench or on a deadlift, and suddenly you can't do it.
So here we come now with with Yukako Fukushima. She is opening again on an M2 world record, and this is what happens when such a brilliant lifter moves up an age class. This puts 10 kilos on the record set by Schwengel Firstuber in 2015.
So it stood for a while, and there's the experience coming through. Easy instructions on how she wants the bar lifted off. Didn't take too much time to do it.
That's a really good point. You don't want to spend 10-15 seconds explaining some complicated setup, and then you don't have time to re-rack the bar if the referees aren't happy with your position.
Keep things as simple as you can. And these guys are lifting out for over a course of a week, hundreds upon hundreds of lifts.
So she has used up quite a lot of time. Yeah, we're down to 15 seconds. So she really needs to get that start command very quickly. And she does.
Oh, great press.
The easiest world record you'll see today.
That was a great press. What a way to break a world record.
I think the world record might be slightly higher.
There we go. She has the M1 world record at 135. Might not trouble that today. So we are already into round 2 of bench. This is quite a small group with only 8 lifters. Yeah, it really is. So you'll just about get into the back and sit down, and your coach will be, come on, 3 out.
Yeah, there's not a lot of turnaround time at all here.
So you can see Hui Chuan Huang is waiting to come out for 62.5.
Men cleaning, 10 points for spotters. You could visit my house too in Finland. Bar is loaded for Hui.
So she's only gone up 2.5 kilos, quite a conservative estimate.
Yeah, I mean, she managed the same thing in the squats really well. She's just chipping away.
Running her own race.
I mean, everyone comes to a competition like this with different goals. Ah, nicely done. Yeah, very quick.
Good job. 80 kilos for
Plenty of speed off the chest with that one.
So her teammate's out next. Mai Zhangliu from Chinese Taipei also. She has asked for 80 kilos. This matches her current PB.
80 kilos. 5 kilos. See one bit more.
You can see the shirt's a little tighter on this one.
So that's one of the key differences with a bench shirt. You have a number of ways you can wear it. You can turn the sleeves out a bit. You can jack the shirt down, pull the collar down. So that makes a big difference to how much you'll get out of it. You can see the shirt's kind of folded up on her chest there.
Yeah,
so
and you'll often, I mean, that's what we often see. I mean, in classic lifting, we don't often see a lot of belts being worn on bench, but in equipped, it's more common, obviously, for a couple of reasons. One, it keeps the can keep the shirt in position as well.
Lisette Hansen, Denmark. She opened with 80. She's going to come out for 85 now. This is right up against the best she's done in competition. You can see she's jacked that shirt down a little bit more.
Getting right up on those shoulders, you can see. You should be able to see this compress her chest a little as she comes down, and there it is.
Yeah. Nice.
Oh, good lift. Yeah, she handled that really well. And you can see the tightness in the shirt. There's still a bit of room to make some more adjustments in that shirt if they want to as well. And I think they had it just right on this one. Yeah, they had that spot on the money.
Stéphanie Legard, France, for 97.5. So this will be a small PB for her on the world stage.
Yeah, and her opener moved really, really well. You see that experience is really coming through. She takes the bar out. Oh, she gets a little bit off center there. Has she recovered that?
That was a bit untidy, but a good lift nonetheless.
She gets it there, though.
You get no points for style.
We've always said it doesn't have to be a pretty lift.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure quite what happened. It went up and then it
yeah, she's got a little bit off center, I think. When she touched the chest, the bar shifted a little bit off the center, and I think that sort of caused a little bit on the way up as well.
Now we have Anja Schreiner from Germany for 100 kilos. She's gone up 7.5. Quite a chunky increase.
It's a fairly decent increase, isn't it? Even for equipped.
But her PB is 112.5, so this should be within her reach. She did 112.5 at the Western Europeans in September. A little bit shaky on the left arm, I thought.
Yeah, left arm didn't lock out as quickly and cleanly as the first lift.
But a good lift nonetheless. Look at that position.
And look easy. 105 kilos for Tatiana Slopko. Preparing Kula and Fukushima.
Tatiana Slopko, Ukraine. She's gone up 5 kilos to 105. Again, should be well within her reach.
Yeah, this is, another playing the long game. Adding some kilos here, adding some kilos there. You're not going to, add enormous amounts in bench and take over. So this is the important one, is getting all 3 lifts on the board and having added 5, maybe 10 kilos to your total.
Tatiana was successful with 110 at the Euros in August. So 105 should move well.
See, trying to get those shoulders under as far as she can. She gets it to lock out. She was a little bit twisted around right from the start, but she managed to push it through.
And as we've said before, this is moving so quickly. There's so little time to recover.
You're going to be struggling to catch your breath before it's your turn to lift again.
So here we have Zuzana Kula, 107.5. She's only 3 kilos below her own junior world record. The senior world record's a fair way up the road at 141.
It's massive, isn't it?
It is huge. So that's Widari from Indonesia. She set that at Halmstad a few years ago.
Oh, I think I remember that.
Yeah, she's not here this year. Won a class in Dubai. But here we have Kula. And she's struggling a little bit today. Yeah, I think she's got that one.
She does.
Now, she won't be able to chip the junior world record because this is an open competition.
Yeah,
but she may well have a go at 112.5.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't be surprised. I think in this case here, I think that's a case of we really didn't have the shirt set as best we could have.
Maybe so. But a 5 kilo increase on a tough second, I'm not certain.
Yeah, it's a hard call. And as we talk about, you've got to think about the long game here. This isn't just about the bench. Yeah, a world record would be great, but a world championship is better.
So here we have the incredible Yukako Fukushima. She is 51 years old and she is leading the way in the open category. This is another M2 world record.
Yeah, look, an absolute icon of the sport as well. 30 years competing.
Yeah, 122.5 on the bar. Gone up 5 kilos from a lift that already put 10 kilos on the M2 world record.
Yeah, let's just completely obliterate the world record. And it was a world record that's been there for quite some time, I think.
Yeah, 2015, stood for 6 years.
Well, at least that one looked a little bit harder. I mean, I won't say it looked hard, but at least it looked a little bit harder.
The lights are not coming up, so
yes,
we're just looking for 3 white lights.
3 whites.
And that's another world record.
Maybe the third one will look hard.
Maybe. So that's 4 world records so far for her. That's phenomenal lifting.
Well, that's a pretty good day at the office.
So Fukushima is leading the pack from Kula from Schlopko, but it's there's nothing to call in the 2nd to 4th places. So those are the standings for bench. And my colleagues just pointed out to me there that Susanna Kula has indeed put a junior world record attempt of 112.5 on the bar.
Yeah, look, but as you said, it's a big call.
It is.
The second one was tough, and you've really got to be thinking about the long game.
She's got a fair bit of adjustment in that shirt. In the meantime, we have Hui Xuan Huang for 65.
Oh, just a bit too heavy there.
Just a bit too much.
Just didn't seem to have anything off the chest there. Yeah, I think they really probably could have got a little bit more out of that shirt.
And I think maybe she just got it a little bit wrong as well. Just didn't time the press.
Bench, timing is so imperative in bench. You have to get everything working together all at the same time.
Mai Zhang Liu from Taipei. She's gone up another 5 to 85. This puts 5 kilos on her personal best. Oh, and it looked like it was going.
Yeah, it started off well, and then she just got into a little bit of trouble there.
Would not quite go.
And I mean, look on her face, she doesn't seem disappointed at all. She's put in a big effort. And it is a tough round. This is moving so fast.
We have Lisetta Hansen coming out next for 87.5. This will move her up to 6th, I think.
Yeah, I don't think she can move up the rankings any further than that. I mean, it's pretty tough once you get up into, once you get up into 5th there, we're already in the 100 kilo plus range. It's a tough field.
But this will be a PB for her.
So I think this might actually probably be a national record for her as well.
I think you could be right.
And as we said, people come to these competitions, everyone has different goals. Oh, that is a tight shirt.
Isn't it?
They have jacked that. Oh, look at the power she got off it, but could she lock?
I think it just went over the top. I think she got a line wrong.
It came off her chest so quickly.
But that's the payoff, isn't it? It was a difficult touch. She had to really work to get that bar down.
And then it rockets, but just too fast.
So we have Stéphanie Legau from France for 100 kilos. Only gone up 2.5.
Yeah, this will shift her up to 4th position, I think.
that right arm just won't go.
Just not quite there. And yeah, well, she made the really smart, mature decision there, and she sort of waved it off pretty early without putting in too much effort. You've still got 3 deadlifts to go.
Yeah, there's no point using all your strength.
You know, she knew it wasn't going to go.
Now we've got quite a big jump from Anja Schreiner from Germany. She went up 7.5 kilos to 100. She's gone up another 7.5.
Yeah, that's a big jump onto your third.
She looks more fired up this time. Her lifts have looked good, and this will put her in silver medal position. But it's always difficult to call on the benches with a huge arch. They either just go or don't even come off the chest.
It is a very sort of difficult, I guess, position, because if everything isn't perfect, well, that was tough.
Did the right arm lock? I couldn't see from this angle.
No, she gets 2 red lights there.
One's for lockout and the other's a yellow card, so I'm not sure what the second... I wonder if her feet were touching the bench, actually.
It could well be. We've had that issue come up a few times with lifters over the last couple of competitions.
Yeah. So that was no lift. Now we had a sea of green in rounds 1 and 2. Everyone got every lift, and now we haven't had a single successful lift in the 3rd round. So let's hope we can reverse that trend with Tetiana Schlopko and 110. This is to move up from a guaranteed bronze medal to a silver.
Well, if anyone can reverse the trend, it's Tatiana.
So she's in bronze medal position on bench and overall as well. She's head-to-head with Susanna Kula.
Yeah, this will be good. I mean, this will put her up into silver temporarily, but just doesn't want to shift off the chest. So we still have a sea of red for the thirds.
Yeah, and we have Susanna Kula coming out next for quite an ambitious attempt, I think. This is to beat her own world junior record. She set in, I think it was Pilsen actually, at the Euros.
And look, this is an interesting one because, it's a tough decision. They've got that shirt jacked a lot. But this is a tough decision because, do I go after the world record and risk, that's 7.5 kilos or what that I'm not going to put to my total now.
2.5 kilos might.
Yeah, or do I just add 2.5 kilos and I know I can put that to my total?
Absolutely. We'll soon see. Oh, and it's a good fight, but that right arm's not going to lock.
Not quite there, so she'll miss out on those kilos to the total now.
So we have one more lifter. Will she get her 3rd attempt? No one else has so far. But Yukako Fukushima is an absolute legend. And her 122.5 looked relatively comfortable, and she's only got up 2.5.
I mean, it looked a little bit harder than her opener, than her first, but it certainly didn't look hard.
Looking for her 5th world record of the day.
I mean, how often do you say that? 5th world record of the day.
Not for a single lifter. But again, she's being smart. She's not put a huge increase on. She's just adding kilos, extending her lead.
She's thinking about the total at the end as well.
And she's got a decent lead now going into deadlifts. A good 30, 35 kilos.
She's put herself in a really solid position, and this extra couple of kilos will help as well. We just saw, that, the same mistake from Kula there, trying to add too much, go for the world record, and there's kilos she hasn't added to a total now.
Wow.
I think that looked easier than her second.
I think it did. Absolutely superb.
Absolutely fantastic. 5 world records. And We haven't even got to the deadlift yet.
15 kilos on the M2 world record.
Yeah, look at the difference there. I mean, there's extra
Superb.
couple of kilos. They've added to a total. Coola's let her get away a bit by missing that. I mean, there's 2.5 kilos she could have added to a total there.
So Fukushima is well out in the lead now, ahead of Kula, who's in quite a tight fight with Schlopko. And we are straight into Group B, the 52 kilo class with Andreea Vasilescu from Romania. She's asked for 75 kilos for her opener. Just having a chat with the platform crew about where she would like the bar.
Yeah, you want to keep that as quick and as simple as possible.
Oh, and that's tough. It's not going.
That was a very tough opener.
And that's a no lift, unfortunately.
I'm not quite sure what happened there. Whether they just didn't really set this shirt correctly for the weight. She's done more in the past.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there was much in that shirt at all, actually. There certainly wasn't any explosive power off the chest.
The bar is loaded for Emma Goodwin.
And we have Britain's Emma Goodwin coming out next for 77.5. She's done, I think her best is 80. What do we have listed? 82.5. So this isn't far off. She struggled with 82.5 a little bit at the Arnold. She only got it on the third time of asking. So I think this is a good safe opener.
Yeah, and I think it's really important here in the bench. Super speed off the chest there.
But look how far that bar had to move.
I was just thinking exactly the same thing. That is a long,
got a
long
deadlifter's
bar
arms,
path.
yeah.
87.5 kilos, please.
So she stays patient with it, gets the touch, and fires it all the way to lockout. Great opening bench there for Emma Goodwin. We have Irani Barbosa from Brazil coming out next for 87.5.
There's some very, very good benches in this particular round. And I dare say Sidakova may look at taking a run at the world record. Oh, just got...
Yeah, she didn't get the press command there for quite a while because it was just bouncing about on her chest.
And that's a good lift, 2-1.
You've got to get that bar down and stop it.
And it came down and you can see it's moving around there, so...
You are not going to get that press command until that bar stops.
And you're using energy all the time you're holding that bar there. We have Sandrine Kinuden next from Sweden for 90 kilos. Her PB is 92.5.
Yeah, she's just shy of it on this one. And I imagine, obviously, her training and progress has been going quite well of late.
Oh, do you know, I thought that had gone all the way straight away.
Oh, I thought that had as well.
Right arm just had a bit of a struggle to join the party.
Just had to finish the lockout there.
97.5 kilos, please, for Trina Bagger, Denmark.
And there it is, lock it out.
Got there in the end. Trina Bagger next from Denmark. She's asked for 97.5. This is 10 kilos below her PB, so I expect to see this move well.
Yeah, should be well there. That was a long way down to the
touch.
That
was it wasn't super easy, but it was a fairly comfortable opening lift. She's getting some quite vocal coaching from the audience.
0.5 kilos, please, for Karen Hesthammer.
Nice and patient for the touch.
Yeah, gets the stop fairly quickly there, so she gets the press command quickly as well.
And the bar is loaded.
Karen Hesthammer, now her squats were superb. So let's see what she can make of the bench.
She has plenty of support in the crowd.
107.5 for her opener. Just sort of move her belt down there. The belt's probably keeping her shirt down, but you can't allow the bar to touch your belt. And when you go up into setting your arch, the belt does slip up a bit. So it's important to just push that down, as she did. Gives you room for the bar to touch.
Oh, just got away from her.
Yeah, it looked good, but it's just rolled over. Her wrist rolled over.
Yeah, it's always tough in a bench shirt. The bench wants to go one way, and you can see in this case she got really good speed off the chest, but
it went in the wrong direction.
Pushed in the wrong direction. And
Paulina Szymanel from Poland for 112.5.
And here she comes now.
Looking quite intense as she approaches the bench.
She's using a bit of time. And she takes the bar now. Oh, and she gets it to lock out.
That was a bit of a struggle, wasn't it?
And that's a good lift. 3 wide lines.
Yeah, she gets it on the board, but it certainly has probably taken quite a bit of energy out of her.
The next 2 lifts.
Yeah, just in the middle of a lockout there.
Anastasia Darovienko, Ukraine. She's asked for 115.5.
Some quick little instructions there.
She did 115 at the Euros. And she's opening at 115 here, so a little bit risky.
Yeah, you know, it's always hard to tell how much these previous competitions have taken out of you. We saw it so many times in Lithuania with people lifting classic, equipped and classic.
Yeah, it's true. That was difficult.
Yeah, that was not how you really want an opening lift to look. It's a good lift, but
it was a hard press. Once the shirt ran out, and she had to finish it off. It was really difficult to get through the transition.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of places to go here.
She got out of shape on the chest. Her elbow swung forward just as she got the touch. So I think that's what made the lockout super hard. Gerlin Maipio, Estonia, for 115. Just looking ahead, you're right, we've got some huge openers coming.
There are some monster lifts coming. I think we will see some more world record attempts.
Gerlin on the platform at the moment. I'm showing a personal best for her of 107.5. So, and this is 115.
Yeah, they're quite interesting. This would be an enormous personal best then.
Well,
I think we can safely say 107.5 is not her personal best.
Not certain what the red light from the centre referee was for.
Yeah, just looking to see if there's any head movement. I couldn't hear the command either, so I can't even say whether she might have been right on time on the command.
Frank-Marie Duno from Peru for 127.5. She was very impressive on the squat.
And she really looks like she's having a great time too.
Which is great to see. She's travelled a very long way indeed to get here. Doesn't always make for the best competition performance.
Yeah, it can certainly make it tough.
That wasn't super easy. She looked to rotate just a little bit as she got to the chest. Now we've got one red light from the side referee, so let's see what's going on there. I couldn't see it from that replay, but 2-1's good enough anyway. She's on the board.
And that angle of the replay certainly looked a lot cleaner than the other angle we had.
Natalia Salnikova, ROC, for 135. This is a huge opener.
It's massive, and her teammate has put in 157.5.
She changed her position after she received the bar. I mean, that's completely legal before she got the start command, but you're holding the weight. Yeah, you're holding the weight and using energy while you move your feet. I mean, that moved very well. Clearly a technique that works well for her, but I would question whether you want to be holding that weight for as long as she did, really.
Yeah, I would certainly be wanting my athlete to have everything in position before taking the weight.
So, Idol Sitnikova. This is 157.5. Now, her own world record is 160.5, which she set in Dubai. So, I think we're going to see. Well, she has to do this one first.
Get this one on the board. She's a very good bencher.
But she's so close to the world record now that as long as this goes, then we will surely see a world record attempt on her second. Oh no.
Oh, just got a little bit off center there. She didn't look in control as she usually does on the bench.
Load the bar to 75 kilos, please, as we start the second round.
Even when she took the weight, she just didn't look in the usual control that she's in when she's on the bench.
In that order.
So we're going to the second round now, and Salnikova, these are the results for the bench, by the way, not for the overall. And Salnikova's leading the way with 135, from Duno with 127.5, and Maipi with 115. So here we have Andrea Vasilescu with 75. She missed this first time out. You can see from the graphic there, the 75 shows in red, which means a failed attempt.
Yeah, I mean, it just didn't seem like there was anything really in the shirt.
So hopefully the coaches have adjusted that shirt now.
Well, there was certainly something in the shirt that time, but
it does look like it can come down a fair bit more though. So hopefully they can just figure that out and send her out for a third.
Yeah, look, it was still really easy to pull to the touch point there, so I would be giving the sleeves a bit of a twist on the next one, and probably maybe another 0.5 centimetre to pull the neckline down.
It's interesting on the technique, isn't it? Because I'd be looking to jack that thing down and pull the collar down.
Yeah, she's got enough. I mean, she's got enough speed there off the chest, just not getting to lockout very well. So
here we have Emma Goodwin, 82.5. Her opener moved well. She's gone up 5.
This will equal her personal best, I think.
Oh, you know, I thought she got that. I thought she got a line wrong and it had gone
She
over the
managed
top,
to pull
but
it
she
back quite
kept
well.
control really well.
The side angle replay actually might be really good here because she did get a little bit offline.
I really thought her right wrist was going to go
And
over.
There it
goes.
But somehow she managed
kept
to get it back.
Brilliant. Irani Barbosa, Brazil. She's coming out for 92.5, 5 kilo increase.
92.5 kilos for Barbosa, representing Brazil.
Obviously a few Brazilians in the crowd here.
Nope.
Oh, just a bit too much there.
Not sure whether that just came offline or it was just a bit too heavy.
Yeah, look, I think it was just a bit too heavy in the end.
Representing Sweden, Bagger, Hesthammer.
It's sort of hard to tell on that angle.
Yeah, it is.
It moved off the chest okay, but then just sort of, there was nothing else there.
It's not always possible from external cues to say exactly what happened there. Newton from Sweden for 95.
And so she opened at 90. It's a good opening lift.
And looks like she's got a second too.
Yeah, that looks okay, I think.
Oh, no.
She gets 2 red lights there.
So they're from the side referees. So
Did she lift off the bench here?
Yep,
There
there we
it
go.
is. Yep, can't miss that one.
Yep, the Bud Light takes no prisoners. And that's we have our side referees at the side there. They can pick up butt lift. 102.5 for Trina Bagger, Denmark.
Just a touch. Good quick stop.
And that's
She's
a
got to
tough
fight
one.
for it. I don't
She's
think she
not gonna get
can.
it.
Not quite.
Came off the chest quite slowly, and there just
Yeah.
wasn't enough to push through.
And you can see her saying a couple of things to her coach as she's walking off. There's some adjustments she wants. She landed in a very sort of high position on the chest there as well.
Yeah, she's really flared.
Yeah.
Bar is loaded for Karen, 107.5. She missed it
So
last time.
here is Karen Hesthammer. Her squats were absolutely phenomenal, but she missed 107.5 for the first time of asking, so that's put her under pressure now.
And it really has, because I mean, we're talking about the long game here. I mean, so you've got to register a lift in each discipline. That looks better.
Yes, it does.
That should be it. It
And
is.
she's on the
3
board.
white lights. She'll be breathing a sigh of relief now, I'd imagine.
So that shoots her up to 4th in the overall from absolutely nowhere. And we have Paulina Szymanel
Poland, 117.5 kilos.
for 117.5. This will move her up to the podium for the moment.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to stay on the podium in this group.
It will be, yeah. There's quite a few more lifters yet to do their second
There are
attempt.
some big numbers coming up as well.
Now the bar stalled a bit. Did it dip?
Well, we should find out any second now.
It
no,
did not.
It didn't.
Fantastic. Did you see that back from the other angle? Yeah, it just stalled a little bit.
Yeah, and the bar can do that. It doesn't have to come up evenly. It can slow down. It can stall a fraction, but as long as it is not moving in a downward motion.
I know here we have Anastasia Derevienko. She's in a good position here. She's coming out for 120, which will put her on the bench podium, but she's currently in 3rd overall.
Well, every kilo counts here.
Absolutely. She was 5th placed in Dubai, and she's looking good to improve on that today.
Well, I
That
gotta
was
say,
scrappy up
she
and down.
managed that really well
Yeah.
because it was not clean.
It was not, but she controlled it and she pressed it successfully, so that's all you can ask, really.
I mean, it went onto her chest almost like she dropped all the tightness, but she managed to regain and recover everything.
So we have Gerlin Maipi from Estonia for 120.
Oh, these lifts are getting massive now.
Just about every lift we're seeing is knocking someone off the podium and moving themselves up. 120 on the bar.
Yeah, so this will shift her up to bronze medal for the time being. Oh, it's tough.
Well, it was by degrees. Okay, so
No
we have one
lift.
blue card and one yellow card. So the blue card is going to be for downward movement. Yeah, there's a little bit
downward movement. Very sort of hard to pick up clearly, and the ruling on downward movement is quite strict as well in regards to the whole bar. And
yeah, the whole bar has to go down rather than just, if one end just drops down, you sometimes see a blue card from one side ref because the whole bar dipped from their perspective. So yeah, Frank Marie Duno from Peru out next. She's having a good day so far.
she is having the time of her life.
She absolutely is, and she's leading the field. This is 132.5. Which I think this will be... Ah no, she has the Peruvian record, doesn't she? 135.5.
25 seconds.
So she did the sensible thing here. She wasn't quite happy with how she had the bar, so rather than attempt to press it and it would never go, she replaced it and set up again.
And that is exactly why we talk about leaving yourself enough time.
And that looks good.
It was. Yeah, we talk about that all the time, leaving yourself enough time if things go wrong, and that was a great example. She had the time to put the bar back in the rack.
Yeah.
Reset
And I think it
herself.
shows great experience, because an inexperienced lifter would have attempted that and maybe, you know, not got the lift. But she had the experience to say, no, do you know what? Let me just do that again, and it went well. So we have Natalia Salnikova. This will move her up to gold medal position
One of those
on
colours.
bench. One of those. a medal.
There is a medal, a chance, yeah.
So she's currently, she's already in gold medal position, actually.
Yeah, so this is a tough one because, yeah, I mean, Zadikova has the gold medal position, but of course, Sidikova missing her opening lift.
And you have to think that a bencher of the experience and ability of Sidikova is going to get on her
I
second.
can't imagine that shaking her too much. I mean, if it was classic, you might be a little bit more shaky, but we know in equipped benching, it's so fragile. You know, we see people, I mean, how many times have we seen Lithuania miss one, miss two, and then, you know, suddenly they're in the gold medal position with their third lift. And yeah, I see she does the same thing there, changes the foot position after she takes the bar.
It was a bit of a tough lift. She
gets 2 reds.
So let's just see if we can.
I think we might see her butt lift.
Yeah,
there it is.
So the butt must stay in contact with the bench, as must the head, and the feet must stay flat on the floor. Otherwise, that is a failed lift. So here we go, Igor Sidikova. For the 157.5, she missed on her opener, and it did look too heavy.
She just didn't look comfortable even when she took the bar. I mean, usually when you see her bench, she looks very stable and comfortable with the bar, and on her opening lift, she just didn't look in that position. Whereas she looks, she didn't look overly comfortable again, but she's fixed it this time, I think.
It wasn't easy. I'm not sure about the lockout on the right arm. But it's a good lift. She's on the board and she's in gold medal position on bench. I think she got out of shape there. She let it flatten her out a bit.
I think what she wants to do on her third lift is to actually be a little bit more clearer with the platform crew where she wants the bar.
So these are the overall placings now as we go into the third round of bench. Sidikova is leading from Duno from Salnikova. And we have Andreea Vasilescu from Romania coming out for the third time with nothing on the board. 75 kilos on the bar.
This is such a tough position to be in.
She's got the support of the crowd. No one wants to see her go home with nothing.
And I hope that they've got the shirt just right for this one. Just need to be getting a little bit more out of it at the bottom. And probably a little bit in the sleeves to get a little bit more time out of it as well. Oh, come on. It's just not there.
That's a real shame. So she can't make a total now.
That is a real shame.
So we have Emma Goodwin coming out next for Great Britain for 87.5.
Yeah, so she's gone up to 5 kilos.
She got a bit out of shape on her second, but she controlled it brilliantly.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't the best bench I've seen her do. And she did manage to gather. The shirt really did try and push her backwards, push the bar backwards, but she did gather it well. It's a very, very difficult thing to do because the shirt wants to push in one direction. Obviously, the shirt wants to go in the easiest and fastest direction. And it just can't quite get there.
That's a shame. Maybe 85 would have been there. But it's, you know, it's so easy to be wise after the event.
Yeah, hindsight is 20/20, isn't it?
It really is. And we know that's not Emma's best lift.
No, that's right.
She has her best lift still to come. So we have Irani Barbosa next for 92.5.
she also missed her second.
So this is her second attempt at this weight. Won't quite go. She's very flared, isn't she?
I think that's the problem there. She just really looks like the elbows aren't in the best position to press. This angle probably showed best. Yeah, they're never really tucking in, are they? And they pop right out right from the start.
So we have Sandrine Kinorden for 95. She missed this on a second. She's going to have another try at it now. Won't move up her ranking, but it'll give her another 5 kilos towards her total.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, that's not
Just
quite going.
too tough.
Just too much.
Leaves her with the best of 90.
Yeah, it's difficult third round bench press. Everyone's trying to squeeze that extra 2.5 kilos. Load the bar to 102.5, please.
So we have Trina Bagger next for 102.5. Again, she missed this on a second.
Yeah, quite a few missed lifts throughout the second and third round here. And there's quite a few reasons behind that. I mean, bench is very, very technical. And it's also very difficult to, determine, just what you've got left in the tank after several competitions, after doing your squats, until you actually get out there.
And low bar squat is really ruinous on bench press. It's really hard to do that first. Do a maximal effort squat, and then come out and do a max effort bench.
Yeah, it's a very big challenge.
Look at the fight
putting
there.
in the grind, but
that's a great battle, but the right arm just would not join in.
Lock out.
No lift for Bagger.
She's laughing as she leaves. She absolutely gave it everything.
Well, look, I think when you put the weight on the bar, you give it everything you've got, and it still doesn't lift. You go away knowing that you gave it everything. You're not looking back the next day going, oh, if I'd done this, I'd done that. I wish I'd tried
harder, yeah. Karen Hesthammer, 112.5.
And the bar is loaded. Karen Hesthammer, Norway, 112.5 kilos.
Yeah, so this won't change her ranking in the bench at all. Oh, it just gets away.
I think she made that mistake straight off the chest. I think it slid back towards her shoulders a little early. She doesn't look too upset. If you watch that now, it slides all the way over and just folds over the top. But that leaves her with a best of 107.5, and she's in 5th place overall at the moment.
Yeah, she's sitting in a pretty good position at the moment, and you look at the top 4 positions, they're getting right out in front there. But she's putting herself in a position, if someone makes an error somewhere along the way, there might be an opportunity.
My peer for 120. This will move her up to 4th, but she did miss this on her second. Oh, she nearly dropped it.
Yeah, she wasn't comfortable. Somehow and it just gets away.
Absolute. I'm not sure if she jumped the the start command.
She may have done jumping start
yeah, I
as
think
well
she
there,
jumped the start command. But you know, she must have been so flustered with the bar almost got away from her. She managed to lock it out again. So we have Paulina Chimenel from Poland for the same weight, 120. She got her first and second. She's gone up 2.5.
Yeah, I think 2.5 is quite reasonable as well. It'll be a personal best for her. Yeah, it's always nice to take a personal best back from the world stage.
Just did not have anything to drive that bar.
Doesn't want to lock, does it?
That is another no lift, I'm afraid.
So we're in the same situation as with the 47s. We are not seeing any successful third lifts. So let's see if Anastasia Derevienko can change that trend with 125.
Yeah, well, this isn't going to change her ranking in regard to bench.
But it'd be great to see some lifters getting their third bench in.
But these extra couple of kilos, because she has, a real battle on her hand with Stalnikova in the totals. So. There was no real speed there, was there?
No, I think that was just a little bit too heavy today. Leaves her with the best of 120 and just off the podium.
Yeah, look, she's in a really tight battle here in the totals as well. Every couple of kilos is counting here. It's going to come down to those last couple of lifts.
So Frank Marie Duno from Peru. Really charismatic lifter.
And can she turn her bronze medal into a silver?
She's gone up 2.5. This is 135.
Yeah, look, and she's in that same sort of position. Every couple of kilos counts on the total here. Yeah. You could go to 137.5 and big risk, certainly big reward. But if I take the smaller jump, that's an extra couple of kilos. I'm so close to that overall total position. Oh, just dropped straight down there.
Dropped it. She's managed to press it out. How on earth did she
I
manage to get that
have no idea how
to
she
the
pressed
top?
that out.
Good. That seemed to be all left.
How on
Well, I
earth did
hope
she
we get a
turn that
replay of that
around?
because that was frankly amazing.
Because it dropped to her chest.
40 kilos, please.
I thought that it's all over at that point.
And somehow she pressed it.
She's been pushed down from silver to bronze. This is to get the silver back.
So that gave her the silver for the moment, but here comes Natalia Salnikova to take that back.
Yeah, I don't think she wants to
Come on, this is for the silver medal.
leave anyone sitting there in that silver medal for too long.
140 on the bar.
So she just has to put everything together for this lift. And really an important lift here as well, because in regards to totals, this will help keep her ahead of Derevienko from Ukraine.
Oh, she looks a bit unstable there, but she's got control.
No, it's not going to go, I don't think.
Well, it's a great battle. She's got it to the top.
I don't think we're going to get any. Yeah, two red
2-1.
lights.
She's got a blue card. She's got a yellow card. Maybe the book came up.
There's a whole deck of cards getting thrown out there.
So watch that back, and yeah, we got some butt lift. You can once you see the butt light shining through, there's no question.
Turning back.
Yeah. So we have Igor Sitnikova now coming out to smash her own world record by 5 kilos.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice because I was expecting her to put on, maybe 161, 161 and a half or something like that.
Look at how far she's got that shirt down. So she struggled a little bit. She didn't make 157 and a half first time out. She did get it the second time, but it looked tough.
She's quite fired up for this one.
So instead of just putting 161 on, which she was entirely entitled to do to break the open world record, she's gone all the way to 165.5. I wonder if she's thinking that chip might become crucial in the overall.
I think it is at the end, yeah. I think she's going to get it there. I think she has.
I wouldn't like to call that.
She has. What a lift.
5 kilos on her own world record.
Absolutely
that was incredible.
And that puts, that gives her a nice little bit of breathing space now.
So when it comes to the total, then that chip, that half a kilo, is worth another 2.5.
Is going to make all the difference.
Especially as she is heavier than Juno.
Yeah, she just gave herself a nice little bit of breathing room there as well.
So here are the standings as we leave the bench press round. We have Sitnikova on 348 and Duno on 327.5 with Salnikova on 320. It's everything to play for, and we are going to take a 10-minute break now, and you won't want to miss deadlifts. Welcome back to the World Open Equipped Powerlifting Championships here in Stavanger, Norway. We've seen some phenomenal lifting so far. We've got the lightweight women on the platform at the moment, 47, 52 kilo classes, and we've seen a ton of world records go already.
They've been dropping like flies, haven't they? But you know what? This is where it ends right here. This is where it's all made on the deadlift platform. You know, this is, I guess the deadlift is that point, particularly in equipped lifting, where there's not a huge amount from the equipment.
Yeah,
you know,
you get less
it's not
of
like your squat, it's not like your bench, and there's not a whole lot you can do in regards to adjustments in that respect. You know, once that opener comes up, you know, you're stuck with what you've got, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it. And for some of the great deadlifters, this is their opportunity. They're just keeping themselves in touch in the total all the way through.
And you do see that with the big deadlifters, they come from 8th place straight to first with their first deadlift.
They've been waiting for this moment to get out here on the platform.
So we've just got time to thank our sponsors, Eleiko, who make the best platform equipment in the world, and they've supplied the phenomenal bench and plates and platform and bar and that superb deadlift jack that you can see in front of you. It looks like something from a Formula One pit crew.
Yeah, it certainly makes life easier when you're changing plates.
I mean, the attention to detail is phenomenal. We also like to thank SBD, who make the best strength apparel in the world, relied upon by strength athletes all over the globe. Without sponsors like these, we couldn't put on these competitions. And they not only sponsor the competition, they sponsor federations and the individual athletes and support the sport itself.
Yeah, they do. They support the sport itself in a number of different ways, well beyond the sponsorship of these events. And they've been huge supporters of the IPF and powerlifting and other sports for a very, very long time as well.
So we are just about ready to get started now in the deadlift part of the competition. This is where the party starts. And we have Anja Schreiner coming out for 120. This is well below her PB of 142.
Yeah, look, she's had a bit of a mixed day today.
She has. So it'd be nice just to get a really easy one on the board.
Yeah, she did put in a change to her opening deadlift, I think. That was a very good opener.
She does need to keep her hands on the bar all the way to the floor, though. Nice and easy opener.
Yep, that's what you want.
So Susanna Kula for 147.5 now. All these attempts are so closely packed that every one of the lifters now is coming out for within 5 kilos of each other.
Yeah, I just looked at the screen there as I turned my head and thought there's nothing in these next lifts.
Absolutely nothing. So Susanna Kula, absolutely phenomenal junior lifter. We've seen her set the world on fire in the last few months with competing at the Europeans, at the World Juniors. And she's here now holding her own in the open competition. We should keep an eye on this as well because her junior total world record is 455.5. I think we might see her somewhere near that today.
Yeah, I think she'll get close to it.
Oh, like a nice opener there.
I was just about to say, will this break the world total M2 record with this lift? And it will.
It will smash it to pieces.
Yeah, I just was doing the numbers and then it flashed up on the screen.
No, it isn't the deadlift M2 world record, so it's the first time she's come out and it's not the single lift world record, but it is the total world record and it puts 45 kilos on the current total world record.
And what is this, 6 world records for her?
Absolutely.
I've lost count.
So she's a fair way ahead in the overall as well, but she's going to have to defend hard against Kula. So first job, get this one on the board, which that looks like she has done quite comfortably.
Yeah, I think there should be no problems with that. Yeah, 3 white lights. Very easy opening lift there and breaks the world M2 total record with her opening deadlift.
She is having a great day. She'll need extra luggage to take all those world records home. Tatiana Shlopko for 150. PB is 170.
Yeah, I think there's plenty of room there.
There's a little bit of difficulty through the transition point of the pool there, but it's 3 white lights. You find that
Yeah, a little bit of a stall there, wasn't there?
You find the sumo deadlifts are slow to break from the floor, but once they go, they shoot to the
start
knee.
Moving quite well.
And then you just have a moment where there's a sort of transition phase where the hips come through, where sometimes you see a bit of loss of balance. Hui Chuan Huang for 150 as well.
You know, another athlete that has a very, very good deadlift. And that was unusual.
Really not sure what happened that time. Hopefully we can see a replay.
Oh, she's very out of position. She was very forward on that.
I don't know. We can only hope that will go better for it next time out. Stéphanie Lagarde from France for 152.5. The remaining 3 lifters are now all coming out for 152.5. So we may well see the deadlift medals going on body weight.
Field tight.
Yeah. Lagarde has been very impressive with her demeanour all through the competition. Very focused, very intense, but not wasting any energy.
Yeah, she hasn't. I mean, and that's, we talked about that earlier. Managing the intensity, and she's done that really, really well. She's very focused, but she's not wasting energy, with
Jumping
large
about,
aggression
screaming,
and intensity.
There we go. She's on the board. She has a total.
And I think that management of intensity is going to really pay off for her last deadlift as well.
And I love the confidence of her walk-off there. Didn't turn her head to look at the ref's lights. She knew it was a good lift. Mai Zhangyu from Chinese Taipei for 152.5. PB is 160.
Yeah, it moved quite well. And she's a little bit forward on the bar, which is probably going to cause some issues as the weight goes up a little bit.
But it was fast. I think she's comfortably got more in the tank there. Lisette Hansen, Denmark. Again, 152.5. So we need to be looking at body weight now to understand how these positions will change.
It's just coming down to that in the deadlifts, isn't it? I mean, you've got everyone 152.5, 152.5, 152.5. And that was a great lift.
I think she's the only one pulling conventional. You get much less out of the suit pulling conventional.
Very smooth all the way through.
So we're already at the end of round 1 for the deadlifts. That went so quickly.
It's going to be tough to catch your breath.
It really is. We have Anja Schreiner from Germany for 130. Open at 120. Gone up to 130.
Yeah, I mean, 10 kilos is not an enormous jump on deadlift, but it is something you have to be very careful managing. You've done 3 squats, you've done 3 bench. Suddenly the energy drops without really noticing it, so you've got to be very careful in selecting the deadlifts. But her opener moved like a rocket.
Slowed down a little bit, but she still seems quite springy. Hips rose a tiny bit just as she initiated the pull. Nothing too serious.
Now, this is a tough lift coming up.
It really is. just didn't seem to be able to break it from the floor. So this is Hui Chuan Huang, Chinese Taipei. She came out for 150 on her opener, just couldn't seem to move it.
Yeah, she was really forward over the bar. Shoulders were too far forward. Just needs to sit back and sit back into the pull, and I think she'll find it'll break the floor. She's still very forward over the bar.
I don't think she's going to get that.
I think, you know, I mean, she's managed to lift quite well throughout the day, but is it a case of saying everything is just, you know, I've just got nothing left in the tank?
Yeah, sometimes you think you can adjust the equipment, there's things you can do, there's changes in technique, but that didn't look like there was much to be done. Tatiana Shlopko, Ukraine, for 155.
Yeah, so she's currently in third position overall. And she is in a bit of a position where she might be able to challenge if someone makes a mistake.
Yeah, I think Kula's going to have to be looking over her shoulder for Shlopko. So Shlopko needs to be just getting all the lifts, putting it on the board.
Yeah, just adding those kilos and seeing where it gets you. Just keep an eye on that grip on her right hand there.
So Kula, she's gone up 7.5. We know she's done more than this. We know she's pulled 160.
Yeah, I think she's being a little bit conservative here. I think, you know, she's keeping an eye on behind.
Probably unlikely that she's going to catch Fukushima. But I think she's put some distance between herself and Shlopko
Yeah,
now.
and I think that's what she really needed to do. It was, you know, have that smart conservative lift that is a guaranteed, you know, 7.5 extra kilos on my total.
Stephanie Legard next for 157.5. This is a big PB for her already. Her opener was a small PB. This extends it another 5 kilos.
Yeah, and still demonstrating that, you know, experience and focus.
And this will actually put her into the first place on deadlifts for the minute. Long way to go yet, though, before we start handing medals out. Nice.
Yeah, very well handled.
And again, does not turn her head to look at the lights.
Absolute confidence.
Yeah, I love that.
Let me load the next 3 lifters, 160 kilos for Rio, Hansen and Fukushima, and they all want the same thing.
So we are again in a situation where the last 3 lifters to come out in round 2, they are all looking for the same weight. Here is the first of them, Mai Jiang Liu from Chinese Taipei for 160. So I think it's time to look at body weight. So we've got Liu, Hansen and Fukushima all coming out for 160.
See what, there's not much in the body weight either, is there?
There isn't. It's
Liu and
Fukushima
Hansen
though is the lightest. And then we have Liu and Hansen is the heaviest. Wow, so this will... Did she lock her right leg?
Didn't look overly convincing, but the referees say yes.
Say it was a good lift. So she's done her part. She's got herself into first place on deadlift. And now comes Lisetta Hansen.
So Hansen's 100 grams heavier, is she?
She is. She's 100 grams heavier than Liu. So she won't move ahead. This will put her into second place for the moment. That was a great deadlift.
Yeah, it was smooth all the way through. It was a great example of conventional, and you can see why she's lifting conventional. She, you know, her
really
lever
well
arms are just made for it.
We got a really good shot as she started the pull as well from the back. Saw her set her back really well. But here we have the master, Fukushima. This will extend her Masters 2 total record that she's just set moments ago. She's
and that will
now
bring her within 5 kilos of the deadlift world record for him too.
So let's see how this moves. This will put her in first place in the deadlift. She's in a convincing first place overall. Now that looked great, but I don't know if she's got another 7.5 kilos in her for the deadlift record.
Yeah, it's a tough call. And is she far enough in front from Cooler
to just have a crack
to have a crack on it? Or is Cooler close enough to peg her down if she needs to? You know, deadlifts are a funny thing, and that motivation of a gold medal can add an extra couple of kilos to someone's lift.
So that was the end of round 2. We're moving into round 3 now with Agnes Reiner from Germany for 137.5.
And there is 5 lifts. Second group can change the openers.
So this is where we crown world champions. And I can see that Fukushima has indeed put 167.5 on.
167.5.
She's going for the full set of M2 world records. First, though, we have Agnes Reiner, who is looking for 137.5. I think she just made a small mistake at the bottom there.
Yeah, man, I like the smile on her face as she walks off there.
You can see just there, yeah. She just got it wrong.
Yeah, she was quite away from the bar too, actually.
So we have Tatiana Schlopko coming out next.
And so she's got a very conservative third lift here.
Got 157.5. So what will this do for her? This won't move her ranking up at all.
No, she has a bronze medal.
I think that's
in the total there.
Safe? It's not 100%.
It's not 100%. I think it's fairly safe. Although, you know,
Lagarda's looked really strong
She
today.
has. She's still got plenty left in the tank as well. She hasn't wasted energy.
Well, first of all, here's Schlopko. Oh, I don't think she's
you know,
locked
I thought
in
that
his,
was an overly conservative third lift, but I think she picked it perfectly. I think any more than that, she knew she didn't have a lot of energy left in the tank. So is it enough to keep Lagarde at bay?
We'll soon find out. But I'm just wondering if Lagarde is going to change her attempt.
I can't see anything happening.
No, she's coming out for
No, I think Lagarde's decided that, you know what, it's probably just a little bit too far out of reach.
So she's going to have a go at moving herself into first place on the deadlift. But, yeah, I think that's reasonable. You know, it would have been a big ask for her to come out for... What would she have needed to do? She'd have needed to come out for 167.5 or 165.
Yeah, no, I think she's looked at it and decided that this is the lift I want to do.
And I think that's good because she may well have goals that we don't know anything about, national records. So there's no point throwing away 5 kilos off a potential total. Might have gone though.
Yeah, it is always a tough call, isn't it?
So that leaves her in, well, she's holding the gold medal for the deadlift right now, but she can't do better than 4th overall. Okay, we have Hui Huang. She missed 150 twice, and now she's coming out for 162.5. Has she got a different suit on?
I think she might. Let's have
I'm not certain, but I can't understand why she would be unable to get 150.
Yeah, 150
moving.
never even looked like moving. I mean, the technique wasn't great, but
I mean, this will move her up to silver medal position, which will just be astonishing. No.
Not today, I'm afraid. Yeah,
It
look,
was a big ask,
150
wasn't it, really?
never looked like it was going to move.
So we have Zuzanna Kula from Poland, 162.5. This will be a small PB for her. She's only done 160 in competition before. And this will move her up to 2nd place in deadlift. I think she's pretty secure in 2nd overall.
Yeah, I think she's just a little bit too far out for anyone for Slupko to really challenge it there. So she has that pretty well solid.
So here we go. 162.5. And it's moving.
Oh, that was a tough lift, but she gets it to the top. And she gets 2 red lights.
Not sure
there.
if she went down before the
Yeah,
command.
I thought she did.
I think she was just, it was going anyway, but she didn't quite get the command. So, Kula leaves her with the best of 155 and pretty certain of the overall silver. We have Mai Zhangliu next for 165, and we are seeing a similar situation again. We have 2 lifters coming out for 165, and the legend that is Fukushima is going to try for 167.5 for the M2 world record.
Absolutely unbelievable. I was just adding up a few numbers there, and yeah, I mean, there's no one there that's really going to challenge Kula for the silver.
No. Mai Zhangliu, 165. Weighed in at 46.25 today.
Oh, not quite.
Well, you know,
she gave it everything.
That would have been 4 times body weight.
Well, you know what? I mean, she can walk away saying that she gave everything she had to that last lift.
Yeah, she couldn't have tried harder for that. So we have 2 lifts to go. This is Lisetta Hansen from Denmark. She is going to try for a massive 165 kilo deadlift to put her in gold medal position in deadlift. Can she do it?
Well, she's been a great lifter. Her deadlifts are fantastic. She is made to deadlift. She has the perfect lever arms and fulcrums for this.
There she goes, so set her back. And she's got it to the top.
I think that should be good. It is.
She has got her foot on the top step of the podium for deadlift.
Well, you know what? I mean, 167.5, this is a big ask.
So we have Yukako Fukushima for 167.5. She took the squat M2 world record with her first and second. She broke the bench record 3 times. And she took the total record with her first deadlift. This will take the deadlift record as well, giving her a full set.
Yeah, look, this is, I mean, 6.5 kilos from a second lift. This is a big call.
It is. Her second wasn't easy.
Yeah, she already has the World Championship in the bag.
Unbelievable.
I think she's got it there.
That is a world record in deadlift, a world record in total, and the world title for the incredible Yukako Fukushima.
Unbelievable. What a fantastic way to finish. She has been absolutely outstanding today.
Could not have had a better day.
You know, if you want to talk about a pretty much perfect day in powerlifting, that's it.
Absolutely. So we are not finished yet. We have the 52 kilo class, and we've got some big deadlifters in this class.
There are some really strong deadlifters here.
There are. I can see Emma Goodwin's opening at 182, which will just be phenomenal. But first of all, we have Andrea Vasilescu for 130 kilos. She had a difficult time on the bench. Let's see how deadlift goes.
Yeah, very well done. And you know what? That is really tough to come out there and do that.
It is, because she's going to be devastated. The bench didn't go very well. So it shows great spirit and heart to come out.
It is a really tough thing to recompose yourself after that.
It is, but it's invaluable competition experience at this level.
You can't
You'd
buy
be
it.
a fool to throw it away. Gillian Maipi from Estonia for 137.5. Little bit scrappy at the bottom, but the weight didn't trouble her.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess that's one of the important things of just picking that right weight, isn't it? I mean, it was a bit scrappy at the bottom. It wasn't the best form we've probably seen for a sumo squat, a sumo deadlift. But the weight was right and she was able to pull it anyway.
Sandrina Kinorden from Sweden for 145.
And the bar is loaded. 145 kilos.
She's done 152.5 in competition before. Kind of a semi-sumo stance, not super wide.
Yeah, it works quite well.
Good. 3 wide lines.
So whether you have a super wide sumo or conventional depends entirely on your individual anatomy. People are not made quite the same. Even the way that the femur inserts into the pelvis varies from person to person.
I mean, there's always a lot of discussion about deadlift position and what's right and what's wrong and what's best. And in reality, the fact is, it's what is best for that person's biomechanics.
So here with Karen Hestheimer, home nation hero. Some of the most beautiful squats I've ever seen.
Oh wow, that looked easy.
Deadlift is pretty good too.
I think she's got all the family in the front row of the audience here. She's a very popular lifter. Igor Sitnikova next on 155. She smashed her own bench world record about half an hour ago. Looking for 155. Nice.
And that is a
she is going to be tough to beat.
Confirms her world bench press record, but she needed to make a total to ratify. The bar remains at
Irani Barbosa,
kilos
155.
Irani Barbosa from Brazil, and the bar is loaded. Sonikova, Jimenel, Duno to get ready.
The current world record for deadlift in 52 is 195. The current total world record 530. And just how much has Emma Goodwin got left in the tank?
She's
I'm
a
just looking
great
at that number
deadlifter.
there, and I'm thinking, my gosh, that's very close.
She's done 180. She's done 192 and a half. That looks like a good lift for Barbosa. Hopefully.
And it is.
There we go.
3 wide lights.
She's put a lot into that lift, though. You can see the whole competition starting to have its effect.
Natalia Selnikova, 160.
Yeah, it should be a very well thought out opening lift, this one, I would imagine.
That was very
Thank you
casual,
very much.
really.
Paulina Jimenel, 165. 165.
Yeah, I think she got a fair bit more to come there.
Jimenel, then Juno. Then 2 and 1
Paulina
75,
Jimenel
Bianco and Baga.
from Poland.
Get ready.
She has asked for 165 kilos to be loaded to the bar for her opening attempt.
And the bar is loaded. Paulina Jimenel.
She is
Poland.
rocking
Yeah,
out
she's
in
got the music going there.
5 kilos.
The athlete tunnel's looking a bit moody today. A bit of moody lighting in there.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, the deadlift, this is where you know, this is the last lift, you know, the last discipline. This is where the intensity starts to really bring out to the platform. You can afford to use some energy now.
And that's a good lift. 3 white lights. The bar remains 165 for Frank Mary
That just looked like she got really out of position at the bottom. She went right over the bar, but the bar speed was great.
Yeah.
So I hesitate to say she got that wrong because the weight flew.
It'll be interesting to see what position she gets into.
Yeah,
her second
maybe that's
lift
just
there.
her style. I've only just said that everyone's individual.
Everyone is. I mean, that's. I mean, we certainly, there's certainly some biomechanical elements that we talk about and we try and push through. But every, you know, when it comes to deadlift, everyone's biomechanics are different.
So we're just having a little bit of a vacuuming of the platform there. The issue is that lifters have chalk on their hands and talc on their legs, and if you have a conventional deadlifter, they're putting their chalk where the sumo deadlifter wants their talc and vice versa. So we're just getting rid of any excess dust on the platform before Frank Marie Duno comes out for 165. Now that wasn't an easy opener.
No, it didn't look as easy as I was expecting. I'm interested to see her second and whether it's similar in speed.
She kept her position quite well, but it just had a lot of work to do to bring that up. Anastasia Derevianko for 175. We're getting into some enormous weights now.
Bar is loaded for Derevianko.
3.5 times body weight.
Yeah, you look at these numbers and it's absolutely crazy, isn't it? Really taking her time, getting everything exactly how she wants it.
Very comfortable on the referee.
Yeah, nice and easy.
Well.
3 white lines, good lift. The bar remains at 100.
Breaks on the floor quite easy. I can see she locks it out.
Yeah, I think that was a well chosen opening deadlift.
Then Vasilescu
Trina Bagger, Denmark.
on The bar is loaded for Trina Bagger, 175 kilos.
And bringing a bit more intensity to the platform for the deadlifts.
So once we're through the first round of deadlift, we can start to see how the overall positions are playing out. Oh, that moved very well.
Very, very fast.
Win for the referees. Good lift. 3 wide lines.
Yeah, it moves super fast, didn't it?
180 kilos, please.
Now, this is Emma Goodwin coming out for 180. I'm excited to see
Yeah, I've
how
been waiting
this
to see
moves.
this one.
Yeah. She's a phenomenal deadlifter.
Emma Goodwin, Great Britain, 180 kilos.
She's done 192.5 in the past, which is only 2.5 kilos less than the world record. Excited to see what she's got today.
It'll all come down to how fast this one moves, isn't it?
Yeah. Wow.
Pretty fast, yeah. I'm going to say pretty fast.
Barely saw it move. It was superb.
Honestly, I'm going to be surprised if she doesn't take a run of the world record.
Absolutely. Me too.
Going by the way that moved, the look on her face, she looks like she's still got energy left.
Absolutely.
She's managed it well.
Goodwin is leading from Derevienko from Bagger in the deadlift competition. But obviously we're also interested in the overall, and Sidikova is leading from Duno from Derevienko in the overall positioning. So we're into the second round now, and this is Andreea Vasilescu from Romania for 140. Oh, not going to go.
Just couldn't quite get it past there.
A little bit too heavy. She did go up a full 10 kilos from her opener, which in hindsight may have been a little bit ambitious.
Yeah, look, it moved really well. Yeah, I think she just needs to, really lift the head and chest up and drive those hips through.
Galin Maipia from Estonia for 147.5. She's also gone up 10. This is a 5 kilo personal best.
Oh, and it's just the comp is taking its toll.
I'm not sure. I don't remember her first deadlift looking quite that grabby, if I'm honest. I don't think she really nailed the start position.
Yeah. Well, you get to the end of the deadlift, the end of the competition, the second is, this is where it really starts taking its toll. This is where we see who's managed their energy levels really well throughout, and who's gonna struggle.
This is Sandrine Kinaden. She's added 7.5 kilos to her opener. This is 152.5.
Just a bit too much to hang on to.
Yeah, just not quite there. That's a shame. Just couldn't quite bring it through. Igor Sidikova, huge bencher, coming out for 160 on the deadlift. Now she's leading the pack at the moment.
Yeah, she's in a good position, but she needs to keep putting numbers on the board.
She really does.
Because they are breathing down her neck. One mistake.
Yeah, that's a little bit sideways as it came up.
It was a bit off skew. One side locked out first, then the other.
It went a bit sideways there, windmilled a bit.
But she really needed those kilos because they are breathing down her neck. Duno is right there.
Irani Barbosa, 160. Just taking a moment to clean the bar up.
And the bar is loaded.
So here comes Irani. Taking a 5 kilo increase.
Yeah, I think this should be okay.
Good lift.
Well, I just noted that Vasilescu has scratched her last lift there as well.
I can't blame her, to be honest.
You know, I mean, look, she came out there for her second. It was just a bit too much. You can't put a total on anyway.
We have Natalia Salnikova from ROC coming out for 170. Now, this is a big increase at this sort of weight. She's gone up 10 kilos from her opener.
Yeah, look, it's still quite within range for her.
And the bar is loaded.
And her opening lift was really good.
170 kilos.
She's done 190 in the past, but I think that was a while ago.
Oh, that 10 kilos might have been a bit too much there.
I wasn't really expecting that. I thought that would move quite well.
You know what? She's made a really good decision there. She got a bit out of position. It's not going to come up. I'm putting it down. I'm not going to waste my energy because I still got one more lift up my sleeve.
Absolutely. As you say, she just the weight came forward. It swung out in front of her. Was never going to go. So put it down.
No point wasting energy.
You ready to make some noise, Norway?
Karen Hesthammer.
This is a really big jump.
She's gone from 155 to 170. Now this seems a little ambitious.
It's a big jump.
But she's got home crowd support. And I think it's gone.
Oh, I think she's got it there. Well, we might have thought it seemed overly ambitious, but it clearly wasn't.
They clearly know what they're doing, and it is so great to see her having such a brilliant time. She's had such a huge smile on her face all the way through the competition.
Yeah, she's really enjoyed the competition, hasn't she?
Remy Duno. You know, I wasn't familiar with this lifter coming into this competition. It's been a little while since we've seen her at these competitions, but I'm a huge fan.
She's got some intensity, and you can see it increasing every time. And, you know, she is putting some pressure on Sidakova.
This is 170. She's gone up 5 kilos. Stays patient with it, gets it all the way.
Yeah, that was a really good demonstration of sumo. Slow off the floor, and be patient.
Kept her position really well. That's a 5 kilo PB for her, which is just phenomenal. I just think she shows really great grit and determination and loads of charisma on the platform.
Yeah, very much so. She's certainly bringing it all there.
Paulina Chimenel for 172.5. Oh, I think it dipped.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I couldn't really see that well from that angle, but yeah, it has.
Bar dipped. Blue cards can be for lockout or downward movement of the bar, but I think in that case, there it goes.
There it is.
So that was a no lift, and we have Anastasia Derevianko coming out now for 185.
The blue lines were for downward movement in the previous lift. The this is Derevianko,
185
kilos on the bar. Once the cleaning has been completed,
so the guy's just giving the bar a bit of a clean in the meantime. That patented waffle knurling on the Alico bar.
So here we have Derevianko. This will move her into ahead of Goodwin in the deadlift battle.
Bagger and Goodwin to get ready.
But we still have 2 more lifts to come in the second round.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, she's ranked number 3 in total at the moment. You know, I mean, I guess if she plays the cards right and someone makes an error, she can sneak up there. She's got to put this one on the board, and that's the importance of just adding the numbers to the total.
Oh, you know, she
just couldn't get past the knees there.
Great positioning there, but I think just a little bit too heavy. Now, she's going to come under pressure now from Salnikova.
Yeah,
so I wonder whether it might have just been more sensible to take a smaller increase.
Yeah, look, I think she's just opened the door there, hasn't she?
She has. Trina Bagger for the same weight, 185. Again, this will move her ahead of Goodwin for the minute.
This is to move into the lead in the
Yeah, bringing a little bit more intensity out for this one. Can't wait to see her third lift.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that should be good.
Great pull.
She's pretty happy with that.
Good lift for Bagger.
Absolute sprints off the platform.
190 kilos.
Yeah, it wasn't super clean, but she got it there.
Emma Goodwin, Great Britain.
So here's Emma.
Personal best, as well as putting her back into gold medal position.
And how fast does this one move?
190 on the bar. She did 192.5 in Dubai. Let's see what she can do today. Her 180 was superb, absolutely flew. Wow.
You know what, that flew as well, and
that wasn't much slower, was it?
What was interesting, we might see the replay, she didn't look like she really set up very well, but she still just absolutely nailed it.
If she doesn't put 195.5 on for her third, I'll be amazed.
Look, if she doesn't put the world record on for a third, I'm going to go put the change in myself for her.
It's there. Bagger's put it in first.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's going to be interesting. But we've got the standings on the board at the moment. So we've got Sidkova ahead of Duno, ahead of Derevianko. But I think, you know, we could see Duno making a run for the first place if Sidkova doesn't get her third deadlift. Yeah, and we have Salnikova and Derevianko on the same total for third place.
And, you know, is that a case of she wasn't watching behind, which was going after the one?
Maybe so. So we've got 2 world record attempts coming up. First, though, we have Gerli Maipier from Estonia with 147.5. She missed this on her second. She was very rushed. Made a better job of it this time.
And the referee say
that's more like it. That's more like it.
And that is the danger with such a rushed setup. Dip, grip, and rip. It's a little bit inconsistent.
Yeah, you know, if you get it right, it's fantastic.
Yep.
But if you get it wrong,
if you get it right, you get all of the stretch reflex.
Yep.
Sandrine Kinjogden for 152.5. Missed this second time on her second attempt. Going to have another crack at it.
Just a reminder for the audience that the bar gets cleaned between each lift. The third round.
And she looks pretty well composed as well. And I think here in this third lift on deadlifts, this is where you've really got to bring some intensity. Your body is physically becoming run down. You've just done 3 squats, 3 benches, 2 deadlifts. You've got 1 left. You have to bring some intensity with these ones.
Oh, she just wobbled at the top. Will that?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, her knees locked out very quickly.
So that leaves Knudsen with a best of 145. Igor Sidikova. So we have the lifter in the lead coming out for her deadlift, her third deadlift at 165. So this is going to be really nerve-wracking for her now. She's going to put her deadlift in and she's going to have to chew her nails out the back to watch what everyone else does.
Bar loaded, Sidikova, Russian Olympic Committee, 165 kilos.
She's in gold medal position right now in the overall.
Oh, it was
Same
a bit
again,
scrappy,
wasn't it? It locks out on one side and then the other.
She gets it on the board, so that gives her a 513.
Now,
total.
I wonder if that chip is going to come in really useful.
Yeah, I think she's put herself far enough ahead.
She might well do, because Duno's second looked tough, and she'd have to put another 10 kilos on it.
And she's also, you know, putting her silver medal at risk as well, going after that gold.
So here's Irani Barbosa, 165. And of course with third deadlift you have nothing else to do today. You can give it absolutely every drop of energy you have. Your coach will come and carry you off the platform if he has to. No point holding
look,
back.
that's what we often as coaches, we tell athletes on their last deadlift, is, leave it all on the platform.
It's moving. Oh no, she just...
And just a bit too much, I think.
Everything she had, not just not there.
She gave it her best.
She's travelled a long, long way.
You know what?
Started to come up, but her legs locked a bit early, and she just lost it.
You know what? She did everything a coach said, leave it all out there.
And that's what we said, isn't it? We'll carry her off the platform if we have to. So, Natalia Salnikova coming out for her second attempt at 170. Now, this will move her onto the podium for the moment.
Yeah, I think she can get the right on this one. On that second attempt, it just looked like it was set too far out, moved out of position, and
this could
she
be
made the right
real
decision.
upset, though. If she gets this, if Derevienko has moved her second attempt too far out and can't do it. So let's see if Salnikova can make this lift. Bronze medal on the line, potentially. I think she's got it.
I think she has.
Oh,
she's given herself an opportunity. She has given herself
toes on the podium.
A shot at it.
Wow. So there's going to be a tense few minutes now for Derevienko. Did she throw away the podium by taking too big a jump?
It's it's always such a tough call. It's always such a hard decision to make, but you've got to watch both sides, haven't you? You've got to decide, do I go after the next one and risk this one?
It's not just about what you think you can do. You have to be looking to see what's ahead and who's coming up behind you. Paulina Shimonel, 172.5. Missed this on a second. Won't move her up in the overall, but it'll move her up a long way in the deadlift rankings. A very forward foot position, isn't she, for Sumo?
Yeah, she's got a bit out of position there as well. Somehow she has managed to pull that
muscle
back.
That up.
I don't know how.
That was a great third.
but she got it there.
172.5 kilos.
Wow, what an effort.
From Norway.
So we have a change. We have a change.
We've had a change.
Trina Bagger has gone down. Trina Bagger has taken off the world record.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I wonder if that was trying to play a game, trying to push.
Yeah, look, it was interesting. I mean, I think you know, with the intensity Bagger was bringing to the platform, I think she had a very legitimate shot at taking the world record.
A little bit of a big ass, going up another more than 10 kilos, but, you know, I wouldn't have put it past her.
Not at all.
But we have Karen Hesthammer coming out for a third now at 175. She's the Norwegian record holder at 183.5, so this should be within her range.
Norway, final attempt.
Well, she's had such a fun day today and a very successful day as well. Her lifting's been fantastic. She's got plenty of support. And
just a little bit too heavy.
Much today.
So that leaves her the best of 170. She is in 5th place overall right now. So here's do note, she has not attempted a huge weight to take the win. I think that's sensible.
Yeah,
I think it'd be a bit too far out.
Yeah, I think this is a bit far out of reach.
Yeah.
I think she's made a really smart decision there.
So she can't, just looking at the, she can't really be challenged for silver unless Derevienko puts on a huge number.
Yeah, it would be a very, very big ask, though.
Big ask. So I think we're looking at our silver medalist.
One more time. 175 kilos.
And, you know, I just love her energy.
Yeah, she's brought everything to this competition, hasn't she? You know what? Look, and it's paid off.
Look at that absolute determination.
Just not quite there.
Not quite.
She has brought everything to this competition this week.
She looks gutted, but honestly, she's done brilliantly today. Oh, she couldn't have fought harder for it. But she walks away with the silver medal. So, this is Derevienko.
This is a very important lift.
It is, because Salnikova snuck ahead onto the overall podium. So this for Derevienko will move her deadlift ranking up to 2nd. But, more importantly, it will get her the bronze medal overall. And that's a prize worth having.
Can she knock Salnikova off the podium?
She's done 192.5 in the past. But what's important is, what have you got today? What have you got left?
It all comes down to how much you've got left in the tank. And sometimes you just don't know until you walk out there. But you've got to give it everything, leave everything on the platform.
It's moving.
Oh, can she squeeze it past the knee?
Quite.
Not quite, but she gave it everything she had.
Leaves her with the best of 175 and 4th place overall.
And Salnikova hangs on to that bronze medal.
Wow.
Just.
So next up, Trina Bagger. She initially put the world record of 195.5 on. She changed that down to 190.
Yeah, which I was surprised. I mean,
yeah, really, I was. This won't move her rank up. She's got the silver, the deadlift silver.
yeah, look, and I think the 195.5, with the intensity she's bringing to this last set, I think she had a real legitimate shot at taking that. But this is her personal goal.
This is absolutely.
I knew she'd bring some really extra intensity for that last lift. She's made the exact right choice, though. She was right.
Wasn't quite there. Leaves her with the best of 185 and 7th place overall. So here we go. We have called for the fractional plates. We have 195.5 going on the bar for Emma Goodwin. This is her first time attempting this weight in competition. But honestly, 190 was just so fast.
Both her deadlifts moved really well. I think she's managed, and the coach has managed the lifts well throughout. She's still got something left in the tank. She hasn't used everything up on other lifts.
Well, she's got Dean Bowring in her corner. Can't imagine anyone better sending you out.
But it's a great game plan. You've come here. You know you're not going to challenge for the overall gold medal. This is my goal, and I've got to manage my day throughout to reach that goal.
Here we go. World record attempt.
If anyone can do it, it's this young lady.
Here it goes.
Couldn't quite hang on to it. Just couldn't quite hold the grip.
She
it was
had
so
the
close.
Strength, but not quite the grip.
It was there.
And he just went from a grip. But honestly, what an exciting finish to a brilliant competition.
Absolutely fantastic.
Emma walks away with the deadlift gold
I guarantee she will have that world record very, very soon.
10 minutes of grip training, and that will be hers.
There.
So that was an absolutely phenomenal session to kick off a World Championship here in Stavanger, Norway. We'll take a short break. We'll be back for the medal ceremony. I hope you'll stick around for that. And we'll see you tomorrow for the start of the men's competition.
Victory ceremony. First day here is Stavanger, Norway, World Championship of Powerlifting, 47 and 52 kilograms categories. And medals will be given by Mr. Pettersson Sigurjón, the Vice President of IPF, and Mr. Gaston Barras, the President of the IPF. First, we will give away the participation medals. And first, squat medals. Bronze with 172.5 kilograms squat today goes to Tetiana Slopko, Ukraine. Squat, silver medal with 180 kilograms to Susanna Kula, Poland. And the gold medal on squat with lighter on body weight, also 180 kilograms squat, goes to Yukako Fukushima from Japan with world record. Thank you, ladies. Bench press, bronze medal with 105 kilos goes to Tetiana Slopko, Ukraine. Silver medal with 107.5 kilograms to Susanna Kula, Poland. And the gold medal with, again, world record, 125 kilograms total on bench for Yukako Fukushima, Japan. She made 2 world records on bench press. Then deadlift medals, bronze with 162.5 kilograms goes to Stéphanie Lagarde, France. Silver medal with 165 kilos to Lisette Hansen, Denmark. And the gold medal with 2 world records, 167.5 kilos to Yukako Fukushima, Japan. And here in Stavanger 2021, category 47 kilograms, bronze medal goes to Tetjana Slotko, Ukraine, with amazing total 435 kilos. Silver medal with 442.5 kilos total to Susanna Kula, Poland. And the world champion with 472.5 kilograms total, 8 world records, goes to Yukako Fukushima from Japan. Please stand up for national anthem of Japan.
Take the mask off.
Congratulations. Thank you, ladies. Thank you coming to Stavanger. You all were so good today. You really gave your all and everything.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the lifters from the 52 kilo class. Okay, I think they're just about ready. Just a couple of them getting into national costume tracksuits backstage, and we're ready now. So will you please welcome the lifters from the 52 kilo class onto the platform. Show your appreciation for some fantastic lifting. The medals will be presented again by Gaston Parage, the president of the IPF, and Sigurdsson Pedersen, the vice president of the IPF. And first of all lifters will be presented with a participation medal. And so to the medal ceremony for squat. Bronze medal with a best squat of 185 kilos, Anastasia Derevyanko, Ukraine. Silver medal with a best squat of 190 kilos from Norway, Karen Hestammer. And the gold medal in squat, all the way from Peru, with a best lift of 192.5 kilos, Frank Mereduno. Thank you, ladies. Moving on to bench press. With a best lift of 135 kilos, the bronze medal goes to Natalia Salnikova, Russian Olympic Committee. Also with a best lift of 135 kilos, but at a lighter body weight, the silver medal goes to Frank Mereduno from Peru. And with a new world open record of 165.5 kilos, the gold in the bench press, Igor Sidikova, Russian Olympic Committee. Thank you, ladies. And moving on to deadlift. With a best lift of 175 kilos, the bronze medal goes to Anastasia Derevyanko, Ukraine. With a best lift of 185 kilos, the silver medal goes to Trine Bagger, Denmark. And with a best lift of 190 kilos and so close to that world record, I'm sure she'll get it next time. Gold medal in deadlift from Great Britain, Emma Goodwin. Thank you, ladies. And we now move on to the overall total awards. World Championship bronze medalist from Russian Olympic Committee with a total of 490 kilos, Natalia Salnikova. Silver medalist with a total of 497.5 kilos from Peru, Frank Mereduno. and the 2021 World Champion in the 52 kilo class from Russian Olympic Committee with a total of 513 kilos, Igor Sidikova! Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the anthem of the Russian Olympic Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for the lifters one more time as the technical controller leads them off the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, that